over and over yesterday to bring home a win. Just a home run win. The next finisher came in an hour and 22 minutes after him, which was Davin Oxvig from New York. Another awesome performance from Davin, followed by the first place female, third overall, which is Rachel. That was probably one of my favorite performances of the day. She ran a really, really smart race, hand in hand basically with Evan. They met last month at a 100-mile race and really got each other through it. She signed up for this one and said, Evan, you got to come back with me. And they really stuck together. You'll see some images coming out about them running through the sunset together. And Rachel's goal was a sub 20, and she really crushed that with a great training block at 19 hours and 16 minutes. Third overall, first female. Congratulations, Rachel. And we interviewed Rachel and Evan together, and it was really, they had different wins for the day, like things that they felt like they nailed. They had different losses for the day, but at the end of the day, they came together and finished at exactly the same time.
Yeah, that was amazing. It's like a good teamwork. They were each other's pacer, and they were just, it's cool that they kind of joined together. She called him out to run with him, and if they're a good team, they're a good team, And then they ran this whole race together. I mean, it's just really cool to have. Also, I think if you've ever run an ultra and you've had a chance to run with somebody for 8 hours. Like I have a buddy that ran this race, and Mike Bevins, and him and I met at a race, and we ran 50 miles together. That's a lot. That's like 16 hours to run with someone to get to know their whole life. So you become best friends out there with somebody. So it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and the fact that they did it and then they said, let's do it again. We asked them to keep us updated if they're going to be running other races together because they don't even live in the same place. Evan is from North Carolina and Rachel is from Los Angeles, California. So they don't even train together, but they come together for these races. It's a really fun thing. What a match made. And then we had another notable performance was our sixth place winner, which was John Loftus. He was 10th from the 2022 Rio de Lago, and he came in sixth today. Another beautifully executed race. He stayed consistent all day. I believe he was fifth. Was he fifth male or sixth male? Sixth male. Fifth male. No, let's see.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He was fifth male and sixth overall. Outstanding performance. Basically cut his performance from last year in half by the numbers alone. Came back to get, we'll see what happens next year for him. That was a good win. Yeah. Another, John is 46 years old from, where's he from? Orcutt, California. That was really fun to watch. We love people coming back and doing better and having the day that was given to them and working really hard to get that.
Was Reno? Reno, we had Jeff McClellan from Reno coming in. He's 39. He came in the fourth overall male. So just a strong showing there as well. A lot of folks came in all together. And then coming in sixth position for the male is Rokas. And he had a day where he was, started off really good and it stayed strong. He lost a few places, near the end, but he stayed in the top the whole way. So really an amazing front field for the men. Let's go over to the women's.
Yeah, the women's race, I had to get some shut-eye, but Mike has the inside scoop on how that second, third place shook out. We watched Danielle Snyder and Lindsay Casal really battle it for that second and third place. Mike, you want to fill us in on what happened there?
Yeah, they were at Granite Beach or Rattlesnake at the same exact time. So an all day Lindsay was ahead, but then slowly but surely she caught up with Danielle, or vice versa. But then I guess they left there, and Lindsay's headlamp kind of died, and so she was using her iPhone to try to run through the last 5 to 8 miles, and so that let Danielle get ahead of her. and finish ahead. And it's interesting because Lindsay came in and we interviewed her afterwards, and she ran this in 2019, and I guess at the finish line, her now husband proposed to her at the finish line.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
So
sweet.
back.
She came back, yeah, and he was here. They were together, so she had a great race, and I guess she was hurting pretty bad, and she had her hip was bugging her during that race, and she ended up walking it in, and but got engaged, and so she was really happy about it. She was cool about it. And Danielle, she did great. She's a coach. Coaches a. Yeah.
Scroll down and see the times for like these three.
Oh.
For Morgan and Rochelle, look, they were right next to each other. Yeah, the women's race all around. So we also sat down with Morgan Hawkins. She's running her second 100. She got, she was 7th overall. And 2 minutes after she came in, she was running scared because Rochelle Gamet from Granite Bay, California was right behind her for 8th place. And shortly after that, just 10 minutes, yeah, Brianna Santos from Travis Air Force Base, California, came in for 9th, very shortly after. And then rounding out the podium was Jennifer Brackett from San Jose, California. Jennifer didn't even know that she was 10th place. I let her know, and she, she's like, I knew I was in it, but I didn't know I was 10. So we had a really strong top 10 for the females. What a good race to follow today.
That is amazing, yeah. It's just, it seems like within the race itself, there's these little races of people that are working with each other, working a position. It's just interesting to hear the stories and talking to some of the folks that we're trying to get people coming from the other aid stations, volunteers and photographers, and they're kind of filling in some of the stories about who they saw and how they look, so you can kind of get more of a picture of these little internal struggles and races, which is pretty fun to hear and see the pictures as well. So there'll be a lot of cool pictures coming out. We had a lot of photographers on the course, so if you ran this course, stay tuned for within a week or so, you'll see really cool photographs.
Yeah, and that was really fun. I mean, we can all be on Athlinks and see the numbers of people running, but the people that finished this race that we've seen people all over the spectrum. We saw people redlining it, coming in pretty beat up. We saw people who really did everything they could to not redline it, and we had conversations with all of them. So as we finish today, there's some really good inspirational stuff to be had. Rewatch the live stream because there's so many nuggets from watching someone run for anywhere from 17 to 30 hours, and we get the first interview after. There's some really good, long-lasting, inspirational tips that we see.
There was one last night that was really, and it's interesting, people come in looking all different conditions, We were talking to actually a buddy of Nick's, Lewis came in after his 10th place. Lewis Savona came in, and he had a great race. He looked like so good. He just was, some people look thrashed and some people are shivering, and he said he ate and ate and ate and ate. He said he just felt super, and he had a super great day, and his whole day was just a super day for him. He said just his eating. So it was cool to talk to people and see the different kind of conditions that they're coming in at.
So we're going to shoot you right over to the finish line for a minute while we get someone else to talk to. Thanks so much, guys. See you in a minute. Yeah, we got all the time in the world, Dylan. People love to hear me and Mike talk. Stay tuned. We got some cool stuff. Oh. Sorry about that. Perfect storm there. Okay, who are you? Hi.
Hi, my name is Alyssa.
I'm Jessica.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
She's been volunteering since she was 5.
Oh, okay. That's pretty sweet. We're not going to ask you questions that you don't know the answer to.
Okay.
We ask you really, like, they're going to be about you, so you'll know the answer.
Like, what's your favorite color?
Yep. We can start there.
Okay.
Welcome back. We have someone else to talk to. There's so many people at Beals right now. We're going to talk to people who've been their first 100. We're going to be talking to people who might have been volunteering since they were 5 years old. We're right here at the Rio del Lago Endurance Run presented by Ultra. Welcome to our live interview. Who are you?
Hi, my name is Alyssa.
And word on the street is you've been volunteering for a while here.
Yeah, since I was 5 years old.
What were you doing at 5?
Mainly,
buckets and
mainly
stuff?
hanging around with Bennett and Jose, some of the pros that have been doing this for years.
So this is something that is on the calendar every year. It's like Thanksgiving. It's like a holiday. You know, every first weekend of November during the time change you're here.
Yeah, this Twilight AR50, I go to all those runs and help.
That's awesome. You'll create lifelong bonds with these people that you've known forever. It's like the biggest family that you could have never asked for. What were you doing for the race today? Or yesterday too?
I just got here this morning, but I think we will be helping with drop bags, and then I'll find something else to do.
I'm sure Julie will find something for you to do. Are you a runner yourself?
No.
You know what? And I think that is so cool. I think that's so cool. We get volunteers that just like to help out the sport, think it's so cool. Maybe you'll get the itch later in life or maybe never, but you know, you have this community here of volunteering. Do you volunteer anywhere else besides these races?
Just a few other like community events and stuff.
Yeah, I love that. It builds the groundwork of giving back to the community in many different facets. We thank you for, how old are you?
I'm 16.
11 years. 11 years of volunteering. That is anything that I'm a mama too, and I feel I bring my kids around, but I'm going to put them to work. I got a 12-year-old. She can be doing stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and so who is your dad?
My dad is Rick Kalb.
Okay, and he's been volunteering he's dragged you here for years, and he's been volunteering for years?
It's actually my mom who's been bringing me. She's friends with Julie, so...
Yeah, that can be a problem to be friends with Julie.
Yeah, it's definitely brought us many adventures.
And does your mom run?
Yeah, she is an ultra runner.
Has she run this race?
No, but she just ran Tahoe Rim Trail. She did, I think it was the 50K.
Wow, that's a tough race. It's rocky and it's challenging. It's a lot of elevation gains. So, wow, that's amazing. Well, you've been here. You know, people. I mean, when you were a baby, people were running this race before you were born.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Well, cool. Well, thanks for being here. I'm sure. Thanks for helping out. It's really awesome. Yeah. Good. Nice to talk to you. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Have so much fun.
Okay. Good luck with drop bags. Yeah. Bye-bye. That's fun, huh?
So fun.
Well, your kids have been around races since the beginning of their time. They know races since they were born. Sleeping in cars,
Yep.
parking lots, Nick's races, your races.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and they actually like a little camp party in the parking lot. I mean, it seems like they're always well behaved, and they're always. I mean, it seems like it.
Yeah, I think if you start them, I mean, my third was 8 weeks old when I was volunteering for Canyons Check-In because I was like, I'm already up. This
They
baby.
were volunteering in the womb.
They were. I was safety sweep for Rio del Lago when I was pregnant in 2016. So yeah, they don't know life without a NorCal Ultras around. They're usually at the bigger the longer races, the better it is for my kids because we don't have to pack up so early. So they're not here today because I'm a little busy, but they're usually at most of the races. And you know, it's good to see that if you get your kids involved, that they give back in other ways because it is part of their fabric of growing up. You know, you start at 5, she's 16 years old, and spending her Sunday this way. Wasn't spending my Sunday at 16, waking up cold I mean, it's cold here today, relative, but it's usually storming and raining, and she's put in a lot of work, so that was really great to see. Great. Cool. We are left here with the IT, so if anything. Her episode and get to know Maria before she hosts. We did a full episode with Maria Steinhauser. Really feel good, super smart, intelligent, hardworking single mama teacher, middle school teacher who does really fast FKTs and big races and works her booty off. So we're super thankful Maria agreed to spend some time with us, and Jim.
Yeah, I see. Looking across the audience here and the spectators, you start to see all the people, the families are streaming in. They're coming in and talking to. You see they're lining up looking for their runners or logging into Athlinks to try to find out where their runners are. So, obviously you can smell the bacon in the air. It smells.
I know we got some pancakes cooking, and we can go over some stats because we do need to wish some people a happy birthday. There was people who celebrated their birthday yesterday, and there's also people who celebrated their birthday today. So happy birthday to Brett Martinez, bib 38. Happy birthday to Jack Wolf, bib 47. Yeah, happy birthday. Glad you guys decided to run 100 miles for your birthday. I'm not sure that's how everyone would want to spend their birthday, so it's pretty exciting. We can go over some stats from RDL, some FYIs, some cool stuff. So here's some stats for RDL 100 miler in 2022. They had 304 starts with 194 official finishers, 3 unofficial finishers who came in after the 30-hour mark. Of those finishers, there were 62 sub 24-hour finishers. We're going to have to get the numbers on how many sub 24 finishers we had this year, but we know who registered. It was about 70% men and 30% female. We had the oldest runner, and we should check on them. Let's see how. Do you mind pulling up John Beard? He is 69 years old. We'll see if he's still on course, how he's chugging away. Oldest man on course is John Beard. Let's see how he's doing. He unfortunately had to end his day, but let's see how far he got. Any miles is a good mile when you're here at a NorCal Ultra. He got to ALT, and unfortunately that is just a tough stretch. You really have to be 100% to get from no hands to ALT, and that cutoff was, I believe, 10:40 at night. Oh no, 10:05. So that was really fun.
So this guy here, his name is Jim, going by James. I found you online, but I want to sit down for a second here, just real quick. So Jim is 61. He started running a little bit like a few weeks ago, a month ago, 6 months ago, and he decided to come out and do his first ultra, and he knocked it out yesterday. How did it go?
It went good. About the first 20 was really good, and then seemed like the wheels were falling off the cart at the end there, but I still pushed through and finally finished the line, got through. So I made it. I was happy.
That is such a feat. I mean, we talk about how the percentage of people who run ultras in the world, I mean, it's like such a small percentage, and you've just entered that club. How does it feel?
It really feels good. I mean, it was kind of something on my bucket list, and I just didn't know if I could do it, and I just kept training and running and felt like I, needed to do it, and I just kept pushing at it, and there it was. It finally happened, and I just really, can't say enough about just.
It's amazing. We were actually just browsing the athlinks, looking at the 60 to 69 men's field in the 100 miler, and it's still amazing. We still got, there's a lot of folks that are there's a lot of folks that are out there. So we got 2 finished already. Greg Forget finished and Mike Clowford finished. We got Kevin's on course. We got 5 guys that are in the 60s that are on course, going to finish here. So stay tuned for the crowd.
There was a gal named Karen. I didn't get her last name, and I ran about, I would say, almost 10 miles with her, and she was just like an encyclopedia of stuff. Right. That people were just seeing her, and that's what they were running up and saying, "You're a legend." They were doing, literally.
You ran Hobbling 100 last
Right.
weekend.
And she was just, and then she never stopped at an aid station. She just kept going right through.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. She was so strong.
And the update on her is it looks like she cleared Rattlesnake Bar in 25 hours. Second in her age group. That's incredible. And
under 5 hours to go 14 miles, so that's doable.
Absolutely doable. And one thing about Karen is she does have the don't quit chip. and she will get it done today in one way or another. So, yeah, a true legend. And she's 67 years old. She's our oldest female in the 100-mile race.
There she is right there.
Yeah, and to kind of go to the other side of the realm, we did interview our youngest finisher, 19 years old Willem Bretz. He ran it with his father, who is 51 years old. His father ran Rio the first time in 2016, got a Western States ticket, and got pulled in the lottery the very next year. So ran Western States as his second 100 in 2017, which was a pretty tough year in the high country. Willem, at 19 years old, has been really inspired by his dad and completed 100 miles, sub 24 for his first. Yeah, it was just incredible. We also have another young female on course. Our youngest female, we might want to check on her, is Trinity Zalazo.
Yeah, so real quick, so Jim, AR50 is next May, so your next 50 miler next May.
Yeah, did we get the bug?
Said too. She was like, "Oh, you got to come, out April or May or something like that."
Don't let that crowd. Don't let the 60 to 69 down.
I'm gonna try.
You're new. You're fresh legs. Fresh blood.
That's right. It is true. I don't have that many miles on my legs, so.
I'll see you in May.
Well, I appreciate all your help. Thanks for the advice. You were really inspiring and gave me a lot of positive, feedback. And so, yeah, it really helped me. So, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Mike, you're amazing. Where did you see him yesterday?
We were just standing around, and we were setting up around 1 o'clock, and he was walking through, and I said, "Hey, you running tomorrow?" He said, "Yeah, I'm doing it." And we started talking, and I got into like nutrition, and I just started blah 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 blah, and it was like whoa,
Right.
And but yeah, I mean, this sport is about giving back. It's about sharing, and like for him to run with Karen Bonet, that's like legendary. She's
Right.
just, it's just so cool. Everybody just gives back. It's so amazing.
Well, and the thing is, you can be running with someone and have no idea how many hundreds they've run, how many ultras they've run, if it was the first or the last, or anywhere between, if they're the oldest on course, if they're the youngest on course. Yeah, this is one of the best communities. We got kids over here playing, kids volunteering since they were 5 years old. It's really a family-oriented sport.
Kids not wearing jackets. I mean, in shorts. Typical kids,
I know, I'm in like multiple layers, very cold. My kids would probably be ditching their jackets right now, but we're just a little spoiled, I think. This Rio was too nice of weather. It should start pouring here any minute.
Yeah, so we're getting ready we are on race hour. It's 8:19 in the morning on race time. So we have, under 3 hours left, under 2 hours to get to the golden hour. So, and there's still about right around 100 runners out there. So the next several hours are where a third of the crowd is going to come in.
And if you're at home looking for your runner and you have forgotten where to check on them, you go to Rio100mile.com, and at the very top it'll have 3 very handy dandy links. One of them is for the live stream in case you click off of here, which you shouldn't. We're happy to talk to you. We're happy to see you guys in the chat. And it'll also have your links, which you can look up all the runners, which is pretty great. It has been wonderful this entire race, and it also has the cool feature, if you're tired, you need to take a little snooze before you come and meet your runner, you can also sign up to get text messages when they go through certain aid stations. So we are past the point of no return. Overlook aid station has closed down. They closed at 1:45 in the morning, I believe. No. 4 in the morning. And then Rattlesnake Bar closed at 3. Let's check these. Let's get official numbers. So Overlook was at 4 in the morning race time, and the next aid station was Rattlesnake Bar.
That's the last checkpoint.
The last checkpoint is 6:50 a.m. So you get to Rattlesnake Bar, you are running 100 miles if you can.
So they've already passed passed. That's already passed.
Yeah,
So,
we've-
everybody who is on course is going to end up here.
In
There's
one way or
an
another.
official finish is under 30 hours, but you still can get an unofficial finish, and you can come in. You still get some swag. You probably get the medal and maybe the hoodie. I don't know for sure, but you still get some cool stuff.
Well, and the pancakes will be here.
Yeah, you get pancakes. So
Yeah.
I mean, bacon pancakes. They got like cinnamon rolls over there. They're custom made.
What?
Yeah. Are you going?
I know, I gotta go. Drop the mic and go because I hear there's cinnamon rolls. But yeah, so after Rattlesnake Bar, we're gonna go. They check in at Horseshoe Bar, which is not on Athlinks, but they have an aid station at 88 miles. Then they have Granite Beach, which you guys will see on tracking, which is 95.8 miles. And once they're there, they've passed the hardest part, and it is smooth sailing all the way here. You just got to get through it. You're past the meat grinder, which we've talked about. It's tough to do in the night. It's tough to do in the morning. It's super tough to do after 85 miles. So if you look at the elevation profile and you see that there's no major climbs after 85, it is a super technical part of the course, so they might take a little bit longer to move their bodies around these big boulders and get through a section called the meat grinder, and then they get to Granite Beach, and oh, that is such a good feeling, because you know you have super runnable, beautiful miles. And here at the start finish, we can actually see the runners from about a mile away. At night it's a little bit easier because they have their headlamps, but the racers can see us about a mile away, and we can see them, which is really encouraging. Probably the longest mile of their life trying to get to this finish line. But they can definitely hear us. The crowd here is getting bigger and larger. Lots of cheers. This is where it is at. This is where you need to be Sunday morning. We have another finisher. We have some cheers over there. Let's flip over to the finish line cam for just a little bit.
Months of training and patient endurance to put up with that training. Many runners have crew and pacers, lots of people to help them make their dreams come true and become the 100-mile sprinters. And I thank all of you for being out here cheering for them and helping them get back to this finish line. So thank you for being out here. We hope you stick around to the very end and that final hour. The final hour, otherwise known as the golden hour in ultra running, from 29 to 30 hours, is to me the most special time in a 100-mile race. right, we got another finisher. This is number 95, Tracy Fonseca. Tracy is from Rancho Cordova, California. Tracy certainly no stranger to finishing these kind of things, and she is. Can you run one more time? We've got another runner coming in. This is her first time 100-mile finisher, number 119. This runner from Grass Valley, California, Brian Harder, making his way down that final little hill to enter the finish chute here. And Brian's got a couple paces with him. Once again, a family affair in this done. Brian, a first-time 100-mile finisher. We had some discussion last night about the first-time 100-mile finishers versus the veterans. And it's interesting, oftentimes those first-time 100-mile runners are much more prepared than some of the veterans. I think sometimes the veterans get a little relaxed and maybe forget some steps or don't train as hard or don't bring the right gear, just thinking they can rely on experience to get it finished, and sometimes it just doesn't work out for them. But those first-time 100-mile runners oftentimes are more focused, maybe a bit more nervous as they toe the line, but certainly you make sure that they are prepared. And so many of them have success, especially here at Lago. Two and a half hours of official race time left. Still got probably approximately 78 runners still out on course, and 2.5 hours to get them here. All of these runners made that last cutoff at the Rattlesnake Bar aid station. That's mile 86. That was at 6:50 a.m. race time. If they make that cutoff and not anybody still on course made that cutoff, they're allowed to continue. And we will be here waiting for them to finish. Anxiously waiting for them to cross this finish line. to take a moment to acknowledge and recognize our safety sweep runners. Mark and Patty Shijo have been working with NorCal Ultras for quite a few years to organize and recruit a group of people to run the course in the safety and sweep roles. It's a critical role to make sure our runners are safe out on the course and don't get lost. Many of those sweep runners are carrying ham radios as well, so they can communicate any issues that they may encounter on the trail with runners. They also clean up the trails behind the final runners and pull all of the trail markings. All of our course has been marked with orange ribbon with reflective tape on it so that they can be seen at night, as well as putting some flower arrows and things like that on the ground to help our runners find their way. But we can't leave it out there, right? We've got to leave it clean and leave no trace, so that means cleaning up the trails, and those sweep runners do that as well. So they'll pull all those ribbons behind the final runners. And they help us make sure we account for every single starter. We know who starts, we know where runners are on the trail, and we know who finishes. And we have another finisher. It's another first time 100-mile run. Number 155. This runner from San Ramon, California. This is Edward Lee. Edward Lee finishing his first 100-mile race. Ready to get it done. We do have cutoffs at several of the aid stations out there. Those are times that the runners must be through that aid station by, and if they don't make it through there, they cannot continue. We do have a cutoff coordinator. His name is Johnny. Some of them refer to him as the Grim Reaper, because he unfortunately has to be the person to deliver that bad news that the runner did not make the cutoff. But for safety reasons, we can't allow those runners to continue out on the course once those sweepers have gone through and the course markings have been pulled. I've got another run coming. This is another first time 100 finisher, and this is number 186. Kara Nasoy from Las Vegas, Nevada. Kara finishing her first 100-mile race. Looks like Kara and Basic are making their way through the finish chute here to cross the finish line. Incredible accomplishment, finishing that first 100-mile race. Well, you're here waiting for your runners. Take a moment to visit some of our vendors. Heidi Garner Studio. She's got, well, first of all, Heidi is a very talented artist. She creates designs, paints various landmarks. She's an ultra runner herself. She puts her designs on lots of different running products like hats and other things. She's got some of her items for sale over there. Go check them out. Just very, very impressive artwork that she does. We've also got Riftwear running skirts and NorCal Ultra merchandise there as well. So go take a look at some of the stuff for sale and pick something up. Also, we want to make sure that no one leaves here hungry. So you can take some time and visit Bob's Bistro down there. They're cooking up breakfast and all kinds of breakfast goodies for runners and for their crew. So don't be shy. Go down there and grab something to eat. Get the monsters of massage. They're there not only for the runners, but anybody else supporting those runners. It's a tough job to help these runners get to the finish line, and if you need a little bit of a massage afterwards, go see the monsters. And we have a finisher coming in right now, number 129. Jeff Huguet from San Jose. He's strong as he's been running across the finish line here. Looks very determined to get this thing done. And get it done, he did. This is number 146, Auburn resident, Tony Klink. Tony had to make that difficult run out of his hometown, Auburn, to come back down to Beals Point. I'm sure it was tough, but it's all worth it now when he crosses the finish line here. finisher, number 252. So Jillian Soleil from Sacramento. Knocking out this 100-mile finish. I love to see the smiles on our runners' faces.
Casual marathon. Quarter century. Thank you very much. Fantastic. She did it all. Good luck with this. Never had it down.
cheering, and I think that means we have another runner coming to the finish line here. And we indeed do. And this is another first-time 100-mile runner. Number 18, Daniela Barajas. Daniela is from Whittier, California, another SoCal runner. Came up here to NorCal to get this 100-mile finish done. And here is Daniela, about to cross the finish line. And we've got another finisher coming in. This one wearing number 66, and this runner has come all the way from London, England. This is Kelly Cummins. Kelly from England all the way made that long trip to get a 100-mile finish here at Rio de Lago. It's great to see you here at the finish line. And we've got another finisher coming in as well. This one wearing number 3. Another SoCal runner, San Diego. The first time 100 finisher. And this is Taylor Adams. Taylor making his way down that last little hill. Looks like Taylor's got some shot quads, but that didn't stop Taylor from getting to the finish line. Well, he's not quite here yet, but I'm confident he's going to make it. Finishing a 100-mile race is about overcoming obstacles and perseverance. And this is a good example of that perseverance, working through the pain. But Taylor is getting this done. Lots of pain. Lots of pain, but still a smile. And a 100-mile finish. All right, we've got another runner coming to the finish here, number 122. Another first-time 100-mile runner, too. This is a runner from Hollister, California, 122, Justin Heckman. Justin got his finish line. a little rain I see out there? You couldn't have a Rio del Lago race without rain.
How you liking the rain? Here we are at the Rio del Lago Endurance Run presented by Ultra. The rain has come. We don't know for how long, but we still see a lot of happy people here. We are approaching our favorite time of every race, which is the golden hour. We're happy to update you on some stats for the race. Last year, they had, I believe, 66 runners, 62 sub 24-hour finishers at Rio del Lago, and now this year, 2023, we have 54, which is outstanding. 24-hour races on an unseasonably warm day at Rio del Lago. We had people actually putting ice on their bodies at Rio del Lago, which is, who would have thunk it? The people who did the best, I think today, the performances we saw, took that first lap a little slower and stayed consistent or eating, except our first place lady. She said she doesn't really eat. She ate some quesadillas or something like that and rock chain. But you know what? She came in flying. She came in hot.
She was eating. But
She was eating.
She's going with the flow.
Yeah, going with the
Intuitive.
flow.
Yeah.
I love
She ate
intuitive
plenty.
that. Yeah.
So she was liking the Roctane.
Yes.
So probably had a lot of Roctane on course and heated today and got some quesadillas in her.
Rockchain is jet fuel at the right time. It's great.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That was Ray Sanchez, our last 24-hour. Snuck in with 5 minutes to spare.
We got a nice interview with him. Me and him sat down, and I said, "How did it go?" And he said it hurt. And you know what?
How'd his knee hold up for him?
He has a torn meniscus, and so he's getting surgery next August in between some of his races. So he's not willing to sacrifice any of the races coming up. It's been torn for a while. So the rain has stopped. It came and gone. Maybe some more will happen. But yeah, I was talking to Ray, and he was thinking he was going to be over 24 hours. And he already has 11 sub 24-hour buckles from Rio. So he was like, this is going to be my one that it's over, and that's okay with it. But he said he got so much encouragement from not Rattlesnake, what's right after? Horseshoe Bar, all the way here, just people like, you can do this, you can do this. And so he was able to chisel away and sneak in right under the 24-hour mark to get his 12th Rio del Lago sub 24-hour buckle. He is tied now with Michael Peoples for how many RDL finishes. So they both have 12 RDL finishes. Michael People had some calf issues today, so he wasn't able to finish. And Ray was so excited that next year they'll be able to go at 13 together. So I thought that was
Very
pretty
cool.
sweet. They're really excited, or Ray was really excited that he knows Michael will be back, and so will he. I said minutes after finishing, I said we'll see you next year, and he said yeah,
Oh, that's so
absolutely.
fun, those guys. Very cool.
Yeah, it's one of those races that you don't know what's going to happen. Even the veterans, like Michael said, he thinks he pulled something, and it's one of those things where it's not like a a cramp, like where it's electrolyte, something, something was pulled, didn't feel right, And this is the kind of race where you really want to watch things like that because if it's a cramp, you can get through a cramp, you can massage it out somehow. But if you pull something like a tendon somewhere, you probably should think about, because you can always come back and run. He says I guess Michael, he works at the high school, a coach. I mean, he's a track coach, also the math teacher, and he actually runs to work. He run commutes. He says he has to go to work Monday. I said, well, you could take a car, but he said no. He
No.
runs. He runs to work.
The Harvey Lewis technique.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Non-stop. Make it work.
So he says yeah. I gotta go to work. I can't. I gotta go to work. So he's gonna run to work.
Well, we also know local Suzanne. We've had her on the podcast before. She bikes to work. She's a personal trainer at 24-hour Fitness, I believe, and she bikes to work every day, going up the dam road and coming back. And
That's awesome.
yeah,
Damn road.
yeah, it's right behind us, and it's not for me. It's not for me, but we love it. Reduce the carbon footprint.
Yeah.
Keep you in shape.
But yeah, like you're saying, that's one of those things, you never know how the day's going to go for you. Look like Greg Miller got second, couple seconds, and then last year just had some medical issues, had to drop, a little after 50. This year he comes back to win it.
Yeah.
That was Lindsay Dwyer, female course record holder, winner last year. She just was at Javelina, and she had her first DNF there. She had a little bit of a hamstring issue that was like throwing off her gait and throwing off everything else, and she tried a while to work through it, and she kind of knew she had it there like in training. She thought she got over it, and it popped back up on race day, and she's like, oh, maybe I can get through it. And it's just one of those things. It wasn't her day, and it was her first DNF. She took it kind of hard, and you kind of have to like console people and be like, hey, it's all right. Like, that's what happens. It happens to the best of us. You live, you learn. Sometimes it's just not your day, and you can control what you can. And like, it's a fine line of knowing like when to push and when to understand. Yeah. When to hold them, when to fold them, and you don't want to get injured. You don't want to set yourself back for months or years doing something silly. But
yeah, that's hard. That is hard to know. I have one DNF, and Jessica was there to watch me crippled up in the gravel on the side of the road in Arizona, and it was rough. I mean, you don't know what you could have done. Maybe you could have waited. Maybe you could have. Who knows? You never know. It's life. You have to make a decision, and you have to live with it. And it's but sometimes it's the right decision.
And especially for some of us that want to be doing this until we are the people we're talking about, which are the oldest racers here, which 69-year-old and 67-year-old female Karen, but yeah, that fine line of when to fold and when to flop, and sometimes you make the wrong choice. Sometimes you call it and you shouldn't have, and sometimes you push and you shouldn't have. And all the training in the world, you can't avoid those things. You can't avoid that today was going to be a super hot day for Rio de Lago with ice, and now we get some rain. So, Michael, we will see you next year, I'm sure.
Yes, for sure. So we should have some officials from the city of Folsom coming in here shortly to chat with us about. I believe the city mayor's coming back, and some other folks. We'll wait for Julie to bring them over to us.
And again, we had 54, let me double check that, 54 sub 24-hour buckles that were handed out. And for anyone not familiar, you run under sub 24 at most of these 100-mile races, and you get a very fancy buckle. And then everything after, you get an extra fancy buckle, a different color. It won't say sub 24 on it. And so people are really gunning for that. We saw some really standout performances on those people who are trying to clip away to get that that buckle. Ray Sanchez was the last one with getting his 12th, but we saw some people really, really fighting for that. We also saw Cody. He played the harmonica for us on live. He is the Cool Moon 100K record holder. Ran his first 100 today at 24 hours and 10 minutes. He was not disappointed. He was stoked about that. He spoke to me about having a really tough time the last 16 miles, but just knowing he had his pacer with him finally, and yeah, so we're really excited for local friend Cody. Congratulations on your first 100-mile race. And again, we had just under 100 people step foot on the line to get their 100-mile finish this year, and we're so excited with 273 starts and a little under 100 people running their first 100-mile today. So great. We can't not. We're checking on our local sweethearts. We have Jamie Johnson, who just cleared Rattlesnake Bar. How long ago was that?
5:48.
What's race time right now?
It's 6:48. So that was several hours ago.
Yeah,
It's
so
9 o'clock, yeah.
So Jamie Johnson, we're so excited. She's done some big pushes in her career of ultra running. But yeah, she cleared Rattlesnake Bar. The next check-in is Granite Beach. But she should be there soon. And anyone who's cleared those things is going to run 100 miles on their own 2 feet if they choose to. It's just getting under that 30 hours to get an official finish. But we'll be waiting for you whenever you get here. Congratulations to Mr. Klink as well. He's a local friend of the podcast. He owns M45. He got a 100-mile finish in 27 hours. His wife also completed 100 earlier this year. You guys might be familiar with it. It's the Western States Endurance Run. And she was a comeback king as well. She had a DNF at Western States, which is tough to get over. She got pulled at Robinson, and she cleared it this year. Golden hour finisher, power couple. Yeah, so why don't we shoot to the finish line and see if we have anything going on over there.
Great flavors. So go grab one of those.
You want to switch to the finish line?
Greg, look at those shoes, Greg.
Shoes, Greggy.
See what they've got to offer.
Are they on?
No. We're doing the shoot. So, and we're also staying in front of the mic.
What?
You're in front of the microphone. So, basically, this podcast is how we work. So,
I just got a report that is only raining here at Beals Point. My wife was just driving up here and the road was dry until she turned into Beals Point. And sure enough, it's raining here. Those weather gods are playing a joke on us. They cannot let us have a Rio de Lago race without rain.
wait
And I
till
mentioned
9.
Bob's Bistro
She
is
doesn't
open for
recall that.
everyone, and it is. They're cooking up bacon and eggs and pancakes and all kinds of breakfast goodies. My wife just gave me a report that as she was pulling into the gate by the ranger station there, she could smell the bacon already. So don't be shy. If you're a little hungry, go get some. They're cooking up breakfast for everyone. I hear some cheering. That usually means you've got another runner coming. Still not on course.
That was the VP of Tourism,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
Okay, I remember from all that we
You're,
went up
you're
all night.
good. I know
Yeah.
you guys have been up all night, huh?
They're ready to
How
go.
are you doing?
I got some sleep, but.
Hello, everybody. We are back again at Rio de Lago Endurance Runs, presented by Ultra Shoes here. And so it's race time. It is 9:12. It's 10:12 or in the future, but it's 9:12 on race time. So you have to set your watch back in advance and turn off the settings so everyone keeps track of time. We don't follow daylight savings until the race is over. So it's 9:12. We have like under 2 hours left of the race here, and we're back here with the VP of Tourism in Folsom. How are you doing, Sally?
I'm great. I got a bit of sleep. I don't think you guys did, but you look good.
Well, thank you. And of course, Greg Larkin's back. Greg was
Yeah, so I was up at the Cool Aid Station right about mile 70 or so, and it was from about 4 p.m. until 2:30 in the morning race time. Lots of runners coming through and tending to all their needs, getting them on the course. Had to unfortunately, process a lot of dropped runners with transport needs and things like that. I think I got out of there maybe around 2:30, 3 o'clock, and then drove over to ADO and took a few hours of sleep and then drove down here. So here we are.
Wow. I mean, so there's a lot going on. We have ham radio operators. So there's this emergency background channels that they're talking to each other. We have pacers, sweepers on the course with radios, so he can talk to a sweep team that's on course. There's all kinds of things going on as far as keeping the runners safe.
It's like a mini city. You guys have everything for the runners. Yeah.
But let's talk about, last night we talked about heads in beds.
Yes,
That was
we did.
with bodies, the whole body.
Right.
It's not Halloween.
No, the whole body. Yeah, the whole body, and actually, the runners come with a huge crew. So we get a lot of heads and beds from this event, and hopefully everybody stays and enjoys Folsom a little bit after the race and checks out Old Town or shopping at the Palladio, all that fun stuff.
Where's breakfast? We have a lot of folks, families here in town. If you're going to come, it's 9:15. If they go, well, my runner's got another hour and a half, let's go to Folsom and grab some breakfast. What are some options?
So we've got some great breakfast options. Gold Miner Cafe is amazing. They have, if you like biscuits and gravy and big old-fashioned breakfasts, we have 3 mimosa houses where you can get any kind of mimosa you want, and then a Friends with Benedict's place. So we've got 5 or 6 really good breakfast locations.
How about some vegan options? How about some gluten-free vegan options? Anything like that?
I think you can get those at any of the places I just mentioned. However, Whole Foods is an option for things like that, but obviously they don't serve regular type of breakfast. But I think we're a little.
Yeah, well, it's good.
Don't have-
Because 2 of the 3 of us on the podcast are vegan.
Okay,
Turns out,
yeah.
it's just.
We
know.
did have a vegan place, but it's not open anymore.
I think Julie was talking about this place in town. I have to try that has. I guess she grew up here, and she was saying there's this place that has like nacho cheese. It's like vegan nacho cheese that I got to try to find.
Oh gosh, I got to find out where that is so I can recommend it.
Yeah, sounds good. So we got people coming in. They're in town. Go out to breakfast. stay. Is there anything going on? Today is Sunday, so is there anything going on in town today other than this?
I would check out historic Folsom. There's a lot of quaint shops, several wine bars. Also, the historic Folsom Powerhouse is open today from noon to 4, and that's pretty amazing. It was built in the 1896, if I'm correct, and it powered Sacramento, and it actually is the whole power grid of the United States was
Wow.
built on that. So it's really cool. You can go for a little tour, and they've got a visitor center there that's got some great history.
Yeah, and Folsom is cool because there's a really cool old town section right down by the river, and then if you go cross town, it's all the new Folsom, all the new businesses
Yeah.
and everything you want over there.
We do. In the Broadstone area, we have a great shopping center out. It's called a lifestyle center. It's outdoor, so not your typical indoor type of mall. And there's Nordstrom Rack and Whole Foods and several restaurants and some great shopping over there.
Yeah, so it's a lot. There's a lot you can do here. Definitely, I would say go into the old town, cruise around, and that little state park that has all the train inside. Is that open today? You think?
I'm not quite sure if the train's open today, but the zoo, Folsom Zoo Sanctuary, which is right up there, should be open. And if the train's open, they're both in the same place.
Okay. Yeah, the Folsom Zoo is. Oh, Angela Ritchie is one of our favorite locals here. I paced Angela at several races. She's paced me as well. She's a strong runner from El Dorado Hills.
Awesome. We
Paced by
love.
her son.
Oh
Wow,
yeah,
that's very cool.
that's super. So it sounds like there's a lot to do in town here.
There's a ton to do in town, and it's still pretty good for some kayaking or paddleboarding. Today's not bad. Yesterday was almost 80. Today's going to be 70. So 54 miles of trails and lots of outdoor recreation. So if you like to be outside, and Folsom's a place to be.
Yeah, I've been running the Lake Natoma Loop. I meet with a couple guys on Wednesday morning at 5 at the Hazel Parker ride, and we do that 11.8 mile loop around. We go up on the bluff and back around, and that's great. And the cool thing about the loop is that there's a bike path, but there's also a single track trail that skirts the perimeter. So if you want more dirt, you can do the dirt. If you want the road, you can do the road, which is pretty nice.
It's awesome, and people come from all over to visit Folsom for our outdoor recreation.
Also, we have the Sacramento Ironman in town these days, and I have friends that will actually use Lake Natoma as their swimming to do laps in.
Absolutely, and we've got a new event coming next September called Cal Tri Events. So that's going to be great. There's, all the things: swimming, biking, and cycling.
So you got a little question here too. I participated in a indoor rowing event a couple of years ago, right at the hatchery there. And can you speak to any of the rowing events and rowing clubs? Do you know anything about those?
We do. Lake Natoma is a lake that you can only be on it and motorize if you're under 5 miles an hour. So it is an amazing lake for rowing. The CSUS Aquatic Center down off of Hazel hosts many rowing events. We're actually hoping to have a cool paddleboarding event, new one sometime next year that we're working on. That's the fun part of my job is I get to search out cool events, and most of them are outdoor, either on the lake, cycling or running, and figure out how to bring them to Folsom. So all your rowing needs, CSUS Aquatic Center, and then during the summer, there are some rentals for paddle boards and kayaks over here at Black Miners Bar, which is actually in Folsom.
Excellent. I'm a new paddleboard owner, and I
Nice.
did actually launch from there this summer, so that was super fun and beautiful flat water. You don't have to worry about power boats or anything like that.
Yeah, it's really nice, and you can actually paddleboard up the river and almost see Folsom Prison, but if you get too close, the guards get on and tell you to turn around.
Oh,
So it's pretty fun to do that.
Got to watch that
Yeah.
perimeter there.
Yeah.
Yeah, one question I had too about Folsom just in general and your job. I'm just interested to know kind of what has been the economic impact of these types of events to your town, and how much more are you trying to bring? What's the overall plan, do you say, over 5 to 10 years?
That is a great question. So I work for Choose Folsom. I handle tourism. We have three organizations: the Tourism Bureau, Economic Development, and the Chamber of Commerce. We have one CEO, so we all work together. We've got a small but mighty team of, I think we've grown to 13 people. And Folsom Tourism Bureau is funded by an assessment that's placed if you go stay in a Folsom hotel. There's an assessment, and that funds Folsom Tourism Bureau operations. We're getting a new hotel in the Palladio. Hopefully, it'll be built next year. And in the next 5 years, I would say we might get one or two more. So maybe 3 hotels in the next 5 years, which gives us more funding, which allows us to work on more events, bring more events to Folsom. So I see a lot of growth in the next 5 to 10 years. And we're also growing south of 50. We have a ton of new rooftops going in, which means all kinds of new businesses. And there's 1,000 acres of open space that the city's going to develop and probably bring a lot more trails and what kind of outdoor activities can we do there. So we've got a lot of great stuff happening soon.
What is your favorite activity? So what's the thing that if you're going out on the weekend, what's your favorite? There's so many things to do. What's your favorite activity?
Oh, geez, that's a good question. I probably need to get outside more I love being on the water, but I don't get out on paddleboard as much as I used to. I enjoy heading up the hill to the Foothill Wineries. Actually, if you go to visitfolsom.com, what to do, plan your visit. We have the Foothill wine passes that you can buy, 1-day, 2-day, or 60-day passes to all the local wineries that are 20 to 40 minutes away up the hill in either Apple Hill or Amador or Calaveras. So wine tasting is always a fun thing to do, and also get up to Apple Hill during this season. Go for all, pick some apples, do all those things, or cut your Christmas tree from the Christmas tree farms.
I think you need a paddle board meeting.
I think we need a paddle board meeting. Absolutely.
That would be the way to go, wouldn't it?
That is a great idea. Actually, we just had a mixer with California Association executives, and it started on the water and paddling. So, yep.
Yeah, that's how you say we're active. We're so active. We're meeting actually at 6 a.m. on the water. Bring your board, and then we can talk business.
And then we would get so much more done too. I love that idea.
Yeah, you got to make outdoor part of the whole thing for sure.
Absolutely.
So if I'm a race director and I've got an idea for an event, something like this, maybe smaller, bigger, who knows? Sky's the limit. What is my process if I want to get involved and partner with Folsom to bring an event to you?
That's a great question. You call me, email me, text me. We have generally we would have some grant funding. If it's an event that has the potential to put heads in beds, we can partner, and there's all sorts of ways that can look, but just first step is to contact me and we'll sit down and start to talk.
So would I put together like a PowerPoint presentation, something like that, or is it pretty informal?
Oh, I would say the first meeting is very informal, just getting to know each other and talking about your idea, and from there, if you put together a little business plan or a proposal, it kind of works in different ways, and it's transpires, and it's super fun to work with great people like Julie and Sherry here. I just love that part of my job.
Yeah. And on the flip side, are you sitting down with your staff and are you brainstorming things like, hey, we really need X event or Y event? Who can we talk to? Who's out there in the community, race directors or other people that we can talk to? Do you do anything like that to try to bring new things in, new ideas?
Absolutely. That's the great thing about our team is between the Chamber and tourism, we do a ton of events. We put on the Folsom Pro Rodeo. We do Foothill Wine Fest. I'll put in a plug for that next weekend, November 11th at the Palladio. We'll probably have 1,000 people tasting wines from over 70 of our foothill wineries. Our team is always talking, always brainstorming, and we come up with a lot of cool ideas, and sometimes we come up with a lot of silly ideas. But great thing is our CEO Joe Gagliardi allows us to try new things, and it's okay to fail. And we are constantly, no one day is the same. We're constantly looking at new challenges, new events, and trying new things. And sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't, but that's okay because that's how we grow.
It's a lot like an ultra. I mean, it's you get sometimes you try nutrition and new gear, and sometimes you don't finish a DNF. It's like sound like the same. It parallels just trail running event.
Absolutely. It's really fun, and I wish I could learn how to trail run like this.
Well, this race shows you that we have a guy that lives in town here, 61, started running about a few months ago. He decided he wanted to do the 50K, and he did it, and he finished. And so there is no age that you have to say, well, it's too late, you know, or I'm too old, or I'm too there, or my knees are this or that. This is the race. You can get out here and test it out at any age.
That's amazing. I need his contact because we would love to do a story on him and tell that story because that's very cool.
Yeah, I'll get it to you. Yeah, he's a great local guy that I was chatting with today, and so I'll get that for you. Yeah.
Oh, very cool. Awesome.
Yeah, it's just amazing to see all the different stories that come together in events like this. It's just like Mike said, all range of ages, all different walks of life, experiences, etc. And yeah, we super appreciate you showing up today, giving us some more information about Folsom and just the amazing opportunities we have in the town, both as athletes and non-athletes and crew members and everything. So thank you so much.
Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks again. Have a great day.
Have a good day. Enjoy. Watch the rain. Okay, Dylan.
Doing it in style.
Well, I'm gonna send it to them, and if they use it, they use it. They don't, they don't. I'm just gonna get it just in case they want to.
One hundred 24 finishers. Right now.
Yeah, that's fine. And the window's great.
Which was that?
Me, small.
Let me know when you're ready.
I am ready. All right, guys, we just saw, if you're checking out the finish line, bib number 284, which is Scott Weaver. He's 63 years old. Had a wonderful day today. 63 years young, did 100 miles at Rio del Lago Endurance Run presented by Ultras. He was 124th overall, third in the 60 to 69 age range. There's out of 16. So congratulations, Scott Weaver. Yeah, he ran, if you're looking at his splits, he ran a really solid race today, starting all the way from the high of 229 places all the way down to consistently picking people off to his final 28-hour, 29-minute finish, 124th place. Congratulations, Scott Weaver, looking great out there. We really like to see the wide range of ages for the ultra running community. We had Willem, who was 19, doing his first 100-mile race at a sub 24 hours. Scott Weaver, 63 years young. He's still playing games at the finish line right now with, it looks like, some family friends. He's got some little ones. Congratulations, Scott. We love to see it. We also are an hour and a half away from the close of this race. We got to get our runners here in 30 hours to get an official finish. All aid stations are closed down besides Granite Beach, I believe. And from Granite Beach, it is smooth sailing here. And you'll even get a visual on the finish line for your last mile. So up until Rattlesnake Bar to Granite Beach does have an area of the trail called the Meat Grinder. It has some big boulders that make it a little bit difficult to get your body through. So if your runner hasn't clocked in yet, after 86 miles, it is a tough area to be going through, but have no fear. Once they get to Granite Beach at 95 miles, they only got 4.5 miles to get here. Smooth sailing. Hey guys, joined by Mike Turner and Greg Larkin from the Mile 99 interview, and I was just talking about Scott Weaver, who is right in front of us, 63 years young, right here by the medical tent. We got to see him finish. He ran a consistent race today, starting all the way a high of 229th place, and he just clipped away, and he is the 124th finisher at the Rio del Lago Endurance Runs presented by Ultra. 63 years young. You can go ask him. He's playing around over there. He might be ready to interview. Let's see if we can get him.
Nothing like too crazy, just like as long as you're pointing towards the.
Got it?
Also, hi audience.
Hello. Looks like
I thought I recognized you.
we are live.
We're live, yeah.
We'll be right back. We have an
Yeah.
interview in just 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
See, get right there with the shirt is on the thing. If you can get your in there safely without. I know your feet are.
Woo!
You know.
Right here?
Yeah.
What's it?
I get to sit next to you?
Right in the middle here.
Oh,
Oh,
baby.
woo! We were just talking about you. We were going over your numbers. You had a solid race. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Yeah,
I mean, all day.
I passed a lot of people.
Yes,
you know,
you did.
and a couple of my pacers said, "Hey, you're passing people." You know, I felt really strong, but then the last 20, I kind of lost a few things.
Well, so you're 63.
Yeah.
Scott
Actually,
Weaver,
I'm only 15 3/4.
15. Okay,
So
15,
this next
okay.
February 29th, I'm going to be 16. I'm a leap year baby.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm born on February
that's why you
29th.
look so fresh.
Yeah.
So, wow, that's amazing.
parents have to sign a waiver for you to run this race?
Exactly.
Got it. Okay, yeah.
You have to get a work release from school.
Exactly.
So the last 20 were a little tough, but who?
A little tough.
When is it? I mean, who was it easy for except for the front runner?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean.
And I still passed a few people then during the last 20, but I just grateful for for doing it.
Yeah, I mean, we all want to be running at like. Were you always a runner? I mean, have you been a runner for
I did
long
tries
time?
and running in the 80s and stuff,
Okay.
and then I gave it up for a long time, and I came back to it. And this year, I've done 9 races, and I've podiumed on 8 of them.
Wow.
3 firsts, 3 seconds. Now, because of this race, 2 thirds, and I finished a Marin Ultra Challenge 50 miler.
Wow. And
So I podiumed on a lot of my races, on 8 of them out of 9. That's just,
that's amazing.
I know.
So how long have you been back, Stu? You did triathlons in the 80s, but 5 years, 10 years you've been back?
5, at least 5, and I have felt really good. I had titanium plates, 6 1-inch screws, 2 knee surgeries, and I found Hoka shoes, and I'm running again because of Hoka shoes. I'm an ambassador for Hoka shoes.
Yeah.
And my rep just did a sub 24. Louis Savant, did you see him?
Yeah.
He did a 22 something. He's a stud, and he works for Hoka.
Yeah.
And I'm an ambassador for him. So.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it's good that you found the right products that work for your feet. You know.
Yeah. I felt good. I felt really good today.
So,
you know?
No low spots during the day other than the last 20. I mean.
No low spots. In fact, I was on pace to do sub 27 with this gentleman, but then I kind of fell off a bit, and I said, well, you know what? As long as I'm under 30, under 30 hours, I'll be happy with anything. I'm just grateful to be out there.
Yeah, there's a little bit to be said for knowing when to destroy yourself and knowing when it's not going to really matter.
Exactly.
Yeah, I used to try to be quick as I could. Then I was like, well, I'm never going to. I'm not winning, so why don't I slow down a little bit and I can walk tomorrow.
Exactly. I'm at the point now where I want another challenge, and this was a great challenge, and now I signed up for a couple. I'm doing the Quad Dipsy in 3 weeks, and then I'm doing my sobriety run December 9th. I run however many years sober I have. I run that many miles every year.
Wow.
And so this year will be 25 miles for 25 years.
Congratulations, that is impressive.
Thank you.
Wow.
I started with it was like 18. I did it with a friend, and then we had a couple gals come out, and now last year, 24 miles for 24 years with 28 people showed up for it last year. It was crazy. It was really cool.
So the big question that we're going to ask today is, by completing this run, you have a ticket in a lottery that you might be familiar with. Are you going to drop your name into the Western States
because
Lottery?
I didn't do it 2 years ago. I didn't know. So I had the opportunity to put a ticket in 2 years ago, and I didn't. So I'm going to put my ticket in.
We wish you the best.
Yeah, I just got to find out how to do it.
Isn't there also what's that Silver Legacy application? There's an over 60 group where they pick somebody. You write like an essay or application based on merit, and your history. So there's always look for all the ways, basically.
Wow.
Look at all the ways to get in.
Yeah. Because of some of the stuff I've done.
Yeah. That's exciting. Congratulations on a big run. If someone is looking at Rio, they're feeling inspired by you, what would you say if they want to run their first 100-miler, especially Rio de Lago? What advice would you give them?
For Rio de Lago, it's got a little bit of everything. It's a great first 100 because it's got some flats. Some people that I know weren't going to run with me because they saw that it's pavement for a while. But there's a shoulder of dirt right next to it. I ran on the dirt, and I ran on the pavement a little bit. It's a great first 100-miler, and it's got some challenging hills, the meat grinders, nuts. Oh my God, I almost tripped there a couple years ago. It's just a great course. I love it. I'll be doing it again.
How'd you do? She finished a couple years ago. You finished this before, huh?
Yeah, I PR'd today, so I did better by I think a half an hour. I did better than and I'm 2 years older, so got to get better with age.
Did you train for the pavement section, or you ran on the gravel? So yeah, so it wasn't.
I run on everything at home. I run on mainly trails. I love trails the most. Annadel. There's a couple great parks near where I live. Yeah, Annadel. It's great. Yeah.
So are you from the Hillsburg area? So you're wearing some Hillsburg Running Company.
Yeah, Skip and Holly, they're the owners. They're incredible. I love running with them. They're great people, and they're a great shop. They promote so much for the community. They do a Saturday morning run, a Tuesday morning or Tuesday afternoon ladies run, Thursday night fun family run at 6 p.m. He's such a philanthropist for the running community.
Nice. Yeah, we've had a lot of folks from that group that run with those guys that are here this weekend.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of people talking about it.
Yeah, Sam just got 23. He did 23, so he got the silver buckle as well today.
Yeah, that is amazing. Well, good job again. We appreciate.
Thank you.
Good work, man. And your sobriety, that is a super event. Maybe we'd like to hear more about that. That is something we would want to promote, down the road. So we'll connect with you. So awesome, man. Well, good. Yeah, we'll be here.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Man, good job, man. Well done. Okay, if you can get up.
If I can get up, here we go. So,
Dylan, can you switch?
you know what? You might want to know about me. There's something that I should tell you guys. Since you now know me.
Since we're close now, you can divulge it. Is this like live? We need to have this recorded or what?
About 54 last opener. And about an hour and 15 minutes. And one of those runners is about to finish. This runner has got number 210. And this is Colette from Albany, California. Right next to Berkeley. Colette. All right, we've got a couple more runners. Number 134, another Utah runner from
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, that's what happens with that. We end up bringing everything track
Now
and
we
cafe.
got number 97.
So
Pushing
we're
back
working on that.
home, down toward the finish line. Another first-time 100-mile run from West Sacramento. This is Vanessa Phillips.
Hi. Where we were yesterday by the tent.
Vanessa's worked hard by running that couple. And she was about to cross the finish line.
Oh my God, she was like right there. Hi, hi.
It's our very first time running the mile run.
Yes.
That is running the finish line in
Okay. And this is
42.
great. It's easier when
From
I
Montes
know.
Serrano, California. Kevin Green.
I know.
No, I have not seen her.
Getting just about the end of the finish line.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. I'm gonna keep doing that. I'm sorry. Just the day that it is.
From Saratoga.
There you go. Greg, do you want to sit there?
Yeah, I can
So it's more balanced.
Yep, sure.
Okay.
And so where does this get televised?
Right now it's live.
Oh yeah. Oh right.
Yeah.
Oh live. Live on
And what's your last name?
Rodriguez.
Okay.
Any kind of questions or anything that you're gonna ask?
I would think just. Okay. Okay, so we're live right now. All right, test 1, 2. We're good? Okay. All right, thanks. So this is Greg Larkin. I'm one of the co-hosts of the Mile 99 podcast, and we are here today at the finish line, as you probably are aware, at the Rio del Lago Endurance Runs presented by Ultra. Runners are coming in. We're just about to approach the final hour of the race, and race time right now. We are not observing the daylight savings, turning the clocks back, so it's approaching 10 o'clock. It finishes at 11 o'clock. Of course, this is 1 hour different. We don't change the clocks during the race to eliminate confusion. So we're about 1 hour and 5 minutes from the end of the race, and we still have runners on course coming in. And I am joined right now by the mayor of Folsom, Rosario Rodriguez. And we want to welcome you to the Ultra stage here, and just say hi, and just get a little bit of information about what you're seeing today, what you think, and what this means to the city of Folsom.
Well, first of all, could I just say this is incredibly exciting. We've been able to see some of the individuals coming through that have reached that 100-mile run. That is amazing. So for the city of Folsom, it is really an honor to be able to host this now for the 11th year, and I think this run has been going on 22-ish. And so, I mean, this is exciting. It brings people to Folsom. We love to show off all the amenities that we have, and to be able to lodge people, to be able to have support our restaurants and our businesses. It really makes our city a lot more thriving than what we like. So yeah.
Well, I will say this: ultra runners do eat a lot of food. I'm sure they take advantage of the restaurants. Can you describe, or do you have any idea, like roughly what the economic impact of a race of this magnitude is?
I don't know the actual numbers, but I do know that when, our Choose Folsom team works so hard to be able to get people to the hotels, and from people coming into the hotels, then they actually do support our businesses, which really has an economic positive impact to our current, budget. So we're always looking for those type of events in Folsom, and it's a great city to come and visit. We have a great historic Folsom. There's the Palladio with fantastic shopping experiences and all that's in between. And it's settled between the river and the lakes, and it's just a great place to visit.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking to Sally a little bit before about the Choose Folsom organization, and it sounds like there's just such an open-minded approach here in Folsom, wanting to talk to race organizers, wanting to talk to event organizers. Can you talk about kind of like your marketing plan and sort of, are you trying to promote Folsom as a Northern California destination or an overall California destination? Like, how far are you reaching out there to bring people to Folsom?
So for different events, we definitely work hard just because we have so many fantastic amenities. But as for runners, I mean, with the 50 miles of trails that we have, really is something that will bring an event like this in, which is what we ideally would like to see. And I think we see a couple of these per year. But I know as somebody who's very focused on economic development, that is something like events like this is exactly what we want to see more of in the city. Just because like I said earlier, we want to be able to sustain ourselves through the economics, and this is the way to do it. You bring people in, and they get to see your city, and hopefully somewhere in between there are people that will want to come and live here, and there are many great homes. It's some of the best schools. It's a very safe city, and I can't say more positive things about Folsom than it is a great place to do business, it is a great place to live, and it's a great place to play.
Yeah, I was almost wondering too. Have you thought about even targeting some of these different athletic kind of organizations or different types of activities, like say mountain bikers or trail runners or paddleboarders or water sport enthusiasts? Like, are there specific organizations or maybe like publications that you would advertise Folsom specifically? Like, hey, you're a mountain biker, come here and check out our trails. Do you do anything like that, like individual outreach of that sort?
So our Choose Folsom team, which I am very closely tied to, they do a really good job of marketing out to different organizations. But I can tell you that anything related to sports, whether it's youth sport or whether it's adult, it is an economic driver in many cities. I get to be a part of study missions that go to different cities to see what other cities are doing throughout the country. And one of the things that has stood out to me is athletics, whether it's adult or for youth, are really do support the economic engine of cities. And so I know that our Choose Folsom team works really hard at trying to attract some of these events because they are economic drivers, which is, as a mayor for the city of Folsom and someone who looks at our budget, we want to see more of these type of events.
Oh yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, you come out of an event like this as a runner, as a crew member, a family member, you're on a high, and the memory is there, and you're almost thinking to yourself, well, of course, as a runner myself, the first few minutes after you finish something like this, I never want to do this again. But then 2 days later, you're signing up for the next thing, and then the next year comes around, and I know people who have done this race multiple years in a row, consecutive. They're traveling from all over the country. I know of people that have come from the Midwest, from the East Coast. I heard of somebody, I think, came from London. So people know this race. They know this town. They're going to associate that memory, right? And so over like the next, say, I asked this to Sally, kind of like, what's the 5 to 10 year plan? Folsom in general, I guess, but also then related to maybe activities and bringing more families and bringing more events in. Do you have any kind of like overarching plan of that sort that you've been working on?
So the City of Folsom partners with the Folsom Economic Development Corporation, and they are a part of the Choose Folsom team. They are the ones that really do go out and try to attract these type of events to the City of Folsom. The City of Folsom will always support these type of events just because, like as I said earlier, we want more of this. We want more of this in our city. And it's, but one thing I was going to tell you, what I love to see the faces of people that when they've crossed over that line, just the look on their face there are emotions that you could see right clearly on their faces, which, what an accomplishment. 100 miles, my gosh, that is an accomplishment.
Well, talking about emotion, we are coming up on, so we're just under 1 hour to go. This is now technically what we call the golden hour. The golden hour for a race of this type, or say Western States, 30 hours you have as a limit. Between 29 and 30 hours is the golden hour, pretty much the last hour of any of these races. The runners have been out there since 5 a.m. yesterday. I saw some of these runners at the Cool Aid Station last night at about 1, 2 in the morning. I slept and then came here, and they're still coming in. So just imagine. And one of the unique things I find about this specific finish is the levees. You're coming in on the levees. You can see this from a mile and a half away. And just imagine the emotion of seeing that. Now, also, if you're maybe 5 to 10 minutes out from the finish and you're on the levee, you better hustle to get in here. And so, yeah, like, just thinking about that, like, I got to believe that just cements that whole, experience, and it's going to stay with people, and they're going to know, like, this is a place I want to come back to.
Right. Yeah. No, that's exactly what I could see in people's faces and their emotions. And as someone who represents the city of Folsom, we want to be a part of that experience for people to be able to come in and experience something as as a 100-mile run, and then know that it took place in the city of Folsom.
Yeah, it's you just make that connection with the place. Like I said, it's one of those I think what they call type 2 fun. It's when you look back on it and you say, wow, like, that was great. Now, I suffered in the middle of it, but when I look back at it, I know it was great. I got to be back there. Yeah. What else, like, just in general, do you have a message for the runners, for all the people that show up, just in general, after everything you've seen this weekend? Like, what else could you say to them?
Well, first, congratulations on what a major accomplishment. 100 miles. Of course, I'm not a runner, but I've always wanted to be a runner. But it is quite an amazing to see the accomplishment of 100 miles, which is not something that just anybody can do. So congratulations. I wish you the best. Rest up, eat your carbs, replenish your body, and get ready for the next one. And I hope that it is in the city of Folsom.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure they'll be back. Mayor, I want to thank you so much for your time. We just love talking to all the people locally here, and I'm sure this race is going to continue on with much success. And thank you to you and your team and all the economic development you've been doing to bring events like this to Folsom.
I appreciate it.
All right. Take care. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. All right, everybody. I think we're going to bring in another. All right. Thank you very much. We're going to bring in some additional people here. We've got some runners who have just finished, and here comes one of them. You can sit right here, right next to me. How are you doing?
I'm good. I am good. I finished my first 100,
All
so
right.
I am great.
First time 100-mile finisher. Okay, so everybody, just to recap here, Greg Larkin, co-host of the Mile 99 interview and podcast. I actually didn't really have to do much because I actually slept last night. My co-hosts were up all night. I know you didn't sleep. We want to hear all about it. So let's first of all, let's hear what your name is.
Zoe McClarty.
Okay, so Zoe, I'm sure I saw you at Cool because I was working at Cool last night.
Yes, I was there. I was definitely there.
What time do you got through there?
I don't know what time. I wasn't really paying attention, but my great, fabulous crew, they do know what time.
All right, so let's get the details. Where are you from?
I'm from Grass Valley.
Okay, Grass Valley, so very cool. I used to live there for a little bit, about 8 years ago, just for a short period of time. Very familiar with the area. So you come down here and train much?
Yes, we do. And we've been sweeps. We've been aid station volunteers for RDL, all of them.
All right, so this is a real grassroots effort right here. You got somebody that came up through the system and now just did your 100-mile, first 100-mile. First of all, congratulations. What are the emotions?
Lots of emotions. I didn't believe I was going to make it until I was coming down the chute. So it was a big finish for me.
That's amazing. And so your finish time, I make it just about 29-ish hours or just under?
Just under.
Just under 29 hours. It's a beautiful finish, plenty of time. Talk about the highs and the lows during the race.
For me, the toughest part was starting on an asphalt loop. That was tough for me as a trail runner and not much of a road runner. I moved too fast probably, so the rest of the race I kind of paid for it, but it was beautiful out there, and going through the night was pretty awesome. Seeing that sunrise.
Oh yeah, the second sunrise is kind of like the storied element of any of these races. For I would say the bulk of us, we're not in the first 10, so we're going to see that second sunrise.
Yeah, definitely saw both sunrises.
So did you have any kind of moments of self-doubt or just any injuries or anything like that where you were just kind of like, I don't know if this is going to happen?
Yes, when I came into Cool, I thought, maybe I'm just done. But my crew swept me up, picked me up, fed me some caffeine, and off I went.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, my co-host Mike, his whole mantra is when you go into a race like this, the mantra is 0 doubt. I am finishing this thing. If you have any inkling that you're not, you might not.
Yeah, definitely. There was a lot of doubt there, but thankfully my crew got me through it.
What kind of things did the crew or your pacers or any of them do for you that were sort of unexpected during the race? Anything that helped bolster you or anything like that?
They really just kept me going, and they would time how long I could sit in the aid station, and when their alarm went off, they were scooting me out, which was necessary.
How much time would they give you?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. All right, so yeah, 10 minutes. I mean, that's a solid break.
Yeah, that was pretty generous.
That's a solid break, and you don't want to have too many of those because, as you probably know, like with, I don't know, 15, maybe 10 to 15 aid stations, if you've got 10 minutes at each, that adds up quickly.
It does add up quickly, and I definitely made up a lot of time on the front end of the race, which I could, but then later on I definitely slowed down, but I made it!
You made it, and you made it with plenty of time, and you are a first-time 100-mile finisher, which also entitles you to a ticket in a local race. And what are your plans?
I will be putting in for Western States. I'm part of the Sierra Trailblazers up in Grass Valley, and we run the Michigan Bluff Aid Station. So I'm fingers crossed, hopeful that I might get that ticket this year.
Oh, so fantastic. You may get the actual aid station ticket as well because you've now qualified. So if anyone is not aware of this, and if you're a local runner, I'm sure you probably are aware of this, but just for everyone out there, there's multiple ways to get into Western States. One way is to finish a qualifying race, get a ticket, go into the general lottery. The other way, which maybe you can expound on a little bit, is through an aid station volunteer spot.
Yeah, so a lot of the aid stations are run by local clubs, running clubs, or running stores. And we, as Sierra Trailblazers, run the Michigan Bluff Aid Station. And so the club gets one ticket, and whoever qualifies for that ticket that year is put in a hat, and they either draw your name or they don't. So.
And I think the odds there are probably better than the lottery with one ticket this year. So I would be very, very excited to see you get that ticket.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
All right, Zoe. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. Congratulations, first time Rio del Lago finisher. It's amazing. I wish you the best and get some great rest.
Yes, I'm excited for that part. It's been a long day, long couple days.
For sure. All right, take care. You got all that getting up okay? All right, cool. All right, that was Zoe. She just finished her first 100-mile race here at Rio del Lago. And I think we have another runner on deck here that may want to talk to us for a little bit. Is that right? Yeah. Why don't you come in right here? You can sit right down. All right. Excellent. How are you, sir? I would imagine you are tired, but as we can see, and I don't know if this is the first time we've seen this on camera today or not, we have a finisher's buckle here, right? There we go, right side up. Rio del Lago 100-mile endurance run presented by Ultra. This is the coveted prize for a 100-mile running race, and you have just finished just under 29 hours?
Just a bit over.
Just a bit over. And what is your name, sir?
Eric McGee.
Eric, great to have you here. Is this your first 100-mile finish, or have you done it before?
I've done a few of those. Actually, this is my 13th one in the last 1 month.
All right, amazing. Wow. So you've had quite a season here. How did it go today, or how did it go over the last 29-ish hours?
It was hard, especially the part where we run in the Western State part. It's steep climb and steep descent, so that's pretty hard.
Yeah.
But it was fun. Nice scenery, so it's pretty interesting.
Excellent. And where are you from, sir?
Quebec.
Ah, Quebec. All right. I am well familiar with the province. I grew up in New Hampshire, and I spent a little bit of time from time to time in the eastern townships up there.
Well, I'm just north of Montreal, but I know that Eastern Township, yes.
Very cool. Very cool. And what drew you to come all the way out to California?
Basically, this year I wanted to do at least 100 miles per month, so this is my 100 miles for the member.
Amazing. And so that would then beg the question, what is the 100-miler for December?
Actually, I have two. I have Brazos Band and Spirit of Silaro.
Okay, folks, this is next level right here. We've got a runner here who is doing a 100-mile race every month of the year and then finishing with 2 in December. Give us a little sense, because these races, obviously, we know are incredibly difficult. Probably the hardest thing, too, though, is going to be the recovery aspect. What is your plan for recovery? How have you been recovering? Do you have any special tips for anybody?
Well, I've been, since last year, I've been doing more and more 200 miles. So I'm using the 100 miles to train for 200 miles. And once you do 200 miles, then you're in shape to do 100 miles.
This is true. And so what are some of the 200 milers?
This year I've done five, all the 3 of the Triple Crown, and then Oregon 200 and Divide 200 in Alberta.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, so the Oregon 200 is a brand new race, if I remember, right?
Divide also.
Okay, so everybody, 100 miles, not enough. We got to go to 200. There are some just amazing 200-mile races out there these days. And, this is kind of like your next level of race distance, a little bit different. And it's going to be the type of thing where you have to sleep during the race. And, you have to approach it a little bit differently.
Actually, doing it 200 miles, it's a bit easier than the 100 miles because you have more time to do it. So you can take the time to sleep and take care of yourself and eat, as opposed to the 100 miles where you have to push all the time, especially for somebody like me who is a backpacker. So you have to push all the time.
Absolutely. Well, folks, this is where you got to get the information. So 200 milers are the up and coming. You do get more sleep. You do get more time. And Eric here is definitely a proponent. Eric, we wish you the best the rest of this year with your final races, and we hope to see you back.
Maybe. We'll see.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great recovery. All right. Excellent. That was Eric. Amazing stories here, folks. We had just now, prior to him, a first-time RDL finisher. This gentleman here is doing a 100-mile race or more per month for the entire year. So you just find all different kinds of stories here. So it's just kind of amazing. Hi, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, I'm doing great. So what brings you out?
Oh, well, my good friends, Lee Rutledge and all of my friends in Folsom invited me. My name is Sue Frost, and I'm the Sacramento County Supervisor, and I represent the Folsom area. So it's something that I've done for the last couple years. It's always really exciting to see those last people as they're running, trying to get across the line in time before the cutoff. It's a very emotional, I can't even imagine how hard it is, what they've done.
It is unbelievable. I had the experience a couple years ago where I paced somebody on what they call the ALT loop out in Cool and Auburn, and then I came here after she was picked up by her other pacer, and she finished with just minutes to spare. We were out on the levees yelling at her, pushing her forward, not physically because you can't touch the runner, but trying to encourage her to get here, and she made it with just minutes to spare. I think if we're lucky, maybe not the runner, but if we're lucky, we'll see some performances like that.
Yeah, I heard there's like 400 volunteers out there. I'm betting that the pacers and medical people and refreshment people and I can't even, I guess they've been running all night.
They have, yeah. They started at 5 o'clock in the morning yesterday. I was stationed up in Cool, California, on the other side of Auburn, doing ham radio support from about 4 p.m. last night till about 3 a.m. this morning. And I'm not as tired as my co-host because I think they stayed up all night down here. So I actually got some sleep. But yeah, there's just a huge legion of volunteers and all kinds of people supporting, obviously, the crews, the pacers, the runners themselves, just for the set of 400 people to come to the finish line.
When you pace them, are you counting or saying anything verbally, or are you just pacing them with your presence next to them?
It depends on the runner. Some runners like quiet. They don't want to be talked to. Other runners love people just babbling about whatever, telling stories, jokes, that kind of thing. Some runners like their pacer behind them. Some like them in front. It's a mixed bag. It all depends on the runner, and the pacer is there to serve the runner in the best way possible to get them to the finish.
Has anyone ever slept along the way? I mean, it seems like if you did go to sleep, it would be hard to get back going.
Yeah, you definitely get a little stiff. Generally, with a race like this, where it's 100 miles, you've got a certain fixed amount of time, and you're maybe not like a leader, you probably aren't going to sleep because you don't have the time to sleep. If you're a leader, you probably wouldn't sleep just because you want to win the race, and you don't want anyone to pass you. But yeah, like I've heard of people just kind of sometimes curling up for 5 minutes here and there.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious. And I know you're asking me the questions, but I'm curious. If you finish a race like this, is this something good on your resume? Or it seems like this is a huge accomplishment.
Oh yeah, this is one of your kind of classic Northern California 100-mile races. Been around for many years. 100-mile races in general, huge accomplishment, of course. Just really shows you kind of the level of endurance that people can put themselves through. Anguish, emotion, everything. It runs the gamut. One of the other big things that people do in a race like this specifically, this is a qualifying race for Western States Endurance Run, hosted up in Auburn. So finishes in Auburn. Extremely popular race with very limited number of people allowed in due to federal regulations through the wilderness area. And so it's a lottery system. So every one of these runners here earns a lottery ticket to go into the lottery for Western states if that's their ultimate goal.
Oh, so it may not be the best person, the fastest person, or that gets the lottery.
Anybody that finishes this race under 30 hours gets a ticket. And you, as a 30-hour finisher or as a 14-hour finisher, have the same entry into the lottery.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. So the lottery is going to occur in just about a month up in Auburn at the Placer High School Auditorium. It's a big deal for all the local runners to go there, and actually local runners get a little extra card that they might get a bonus drawing, so they have a little extra chance to get in. Last count I saw, there were over 42,000 tickets in the bucket. And you range from anywhere from 1 to 256 tickets because it doubles every year that you don't get picked and you requalify. So your chances get better and better, but it takes a while usually to get into that thing. And that's for a lot of these runners. This is going to be this is a huge accomplishment. It's the last qualifier of the year. So if you don't qualify here, you have to wait another year. So a lot of people are trying to get that ticket for this year's lottery.
This is a real privilege to have Folsom hosting this because, I mean, this is a real economic boost for Folsom. I mean, that's what we're known for in Folsom is it's a recreational, a lot of people move to Folsom just because they have great schools and great recreation and, access to walking and biking, and that's what families want. So this is exciting.
Yeah, I love to see it. I love to see all the energy out here as we're looking around the crowd. It's amazing. And we are coming down to the final 40 minutes of this race. So I really appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much. I hope, that you learned something too. And I've learned so much about Folsom and the county and all of the participation at that level. You don't think about that all the time. So we really appreciate your support, supporting events like this, and thank you so much.
From the county perspective, Folsom is known as the brain trust of Sacramento County. So, brain trust and brain and brawn, that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, great. Thank you again. All right, have a great day. All right, folks. As I said, we're down to the last 37 minutes of this race. It is going to be so dramatic here as we come into that final bit of the golden hour. There's just untold numbers of people out still on the course. doing absolutely everything they can to get here before that final cutoff. We have another runner who has come in, and she is wearing a medal, and she has her buckle. Why don't you sit right here next to me? All three finishers, excellent. All right, we have a whole trio of people with those buckles. Everybody hold up your buckle for the camera. Let's see it. That is amazing. All right, I love it. So let's get your names one by one here.
Sure. Mao Her,
All right.
Sheng Veng, Chi Veng.
Nice to meet you all. I am sure that I saw all three of you at some point. I was at the Cool Aid Station. I was doing ham radio support. Do you have any rough idea what time you came through there? For about mile 70?
No. No.
That's like,
This seems to be a common theme. Whenever I ask anybody about timing, they're like, no, just ask my crew. I have no clue where I was. I don't know where I am right now. Well, tell me right now, where are you right now?
Somewhere in Folsom, right?
Beals.
All right, you are at the finish line because you have finished. And give me a little capsule summary about your race in a minute. What did it feel like? What do you feel like now?
I feel like I had an out-of-body experience. It was a long day. I'm not really sure what day it is anymore or how much time has elapsed, but it was an amazing experience. I really enjoyed being out there with all the other runners and the support crew and everybody. It was wonderful.
First time finisher at 100 mile, or have you done multiples?
First time.
First time 100 mile finisher right here, folks. Amazing.
Well, this is my fourth try. So the first three that I did, things happened. Like last year I did it and then it rained and then I fell, you know. And so this is like, I was like determined to do it this year. So I got it done.
All right, so this is your first 100 mile finish.
Yes.
Amazing. All right, first 100 miler, first 100 miler.
This is my first 100 miler too. Going into this, I had in mind to finish it, but then at Rattlesnake, I was losing it. So I took 30 minutes rest, and I said, you know, I'm gonna get this done. I wasn't quitting, and after the 30-minute rest, I got up and I said, let's do this, and I'm here.
I love that. I mean, it is hard to get moving again after 30 minutes, right? Sometimes you know you need it, but then you stand up and everything's stiff and you've been sitting and you're kind of like, is it easier just to stay here? What is it in your head that gets you out there and just gets you moving, like mentally?
The desire to do it. The desire and the mental mindset. It's like, I can do this. And you kind of know your body. You have to know your body, whether or not you can move forward. And for me, I was pretty sure I can get this done.
It's just step by step, folks. I mean, if anybody's watching and they've never done a race, even a 5K, it's just footstep after footstep after footstep, and it gets done. And I love this. This is amazing. So let's talk a little bit about your crew, your pacers. What were they like? How were they supporting you?
Oh, we had an amazing crew. My training friends from Fresno, and we had one for each leg, and they were great. We had a satellite feed, so they had our location, and they met us in time, and we rated them. But which ones pace better than others. We had a great time. We had great conversation, and they were our crew with our drivers and everything, probably about 12 people, so it was wonderful.
Fantastic. Now, I'm sorry, I may have missed this right when you came in. Did you all run in together? Did I hear that correctly?
We did.
Yeah. I did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, great. And so how about your crew and pacer?
Oh my God, I had the wonderfulest crew. I had a crew, Iris, and then Melina was my pacer from ADO to Cool, and then Susan was my pacer from Cool to Rattlesnake, and then Bruce took me home, and it was brutal. He just kept pushing me, but I was like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I had a wonderful crew. They were so supportive. My pacer wonderful, and they were really experienced, as well. So I was really happy.
Yeah, I would say Bruce is fairly experienced. Former guest of the Mile 99
Yes.
interview, multi 200 miler finisher, just a very zen attitude towards his racing and the way he approaches things. Fantastic to have him as a pacer, I'm sure. How about your experience?
I wanted to add one more thing. This is a whole new experience for me coming into this year. And I had no idea that, it was going to be, when you really experience it yourself, it's different. It's a different experience. And it's real. Your mind, your body, everything, you feel it. And it's amazing. But that's the thing that helps me get through it, the amazing part, and you have to set your mind on that. But I also want to say, to get through this, you have to have friends who support you and people to crew you. Otherwise, I don't know. I've heard that people do it on their own. They have solo, runners, and I'm happy for them that they can do it themselves. But for me, it was like definitely Mao and we run together, and the people that she had crew us, they were amazing. And when right before I got to Rattlesnake, I was like a zombie. I was like about to fall off the cliff, and she kept going like this, stay off the cliff, stay off the cliff. And she's like barely holding onto my hydration vest and saying, I'm not letting you go.
Yeah.
I'm not letting you go. And she helped me, got to Rattlesnake, and I had that 30-minute rest. I got up and I said, let's do this. So, yeah, friendship support.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, folks. If you've never seen one of these types of races, I mean, because of the distance, because of the time and the effort involved, there's just this roving family of people behind you, supporting you, your crew members getting every need that you have addressed, your pacers pushing you forward. It is like nothing else, really. And yeah, you can do it by yourself, but having that additional emotional support, especially I think when you come in and you're just ready to break, they're the ones that keep you moving, and it sounds like they did that for all of you.
I think it's important to have a crew and pacer because you need that support. Like I wouldn't have been able to do it if I didn't have my crew and my pacer. I came in and my crew knew what exactly. She had everything out. My pacers were ready. And my pacer was like reminding me, you got to eat. So when you're running out there, you forget about all that. So then they check on you and they say, did you eat? Did you drink? And then just, when you get to the aid station, they're taking care of you and everything like that. So I think it's important to have it.
It is, yeah, and it's such a difficult thing. I mean, to be on your feet, I'll tell you what, in my longest 100-milers, I have been hallucinating at the end.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be on some of these trails hallucinating after 30 hours without a pacer there to guide you and make sure you're getting to the right intersections, because it gets confusing out there too. Some of these trails are it's very dark out there, it's very remote. There's not even good cell coverage half the time, so it's a safety issue as well. What would you say, did you have any low points at all that you had to push through?
Yes, low points would be just definitely losing my partner at Rattlesnake, and then just trying to push on and get mentally prepared to continue and finish what I started. So I think that was probably one of the difficult moments of okay, we're not going to get to finish together. I'm not sure what's going to happen to her, but I have to go on my mission. So that would probably be my low point.
Yeah, it is interesting too. I mean, it is a group effort sometimes because you do have the crew, but ultimately it does come down to just your individuality, and amazingly, and congratulations to all of you. You all found the strength to just get it done, and with plenty of time to spare too, which I love. And so you don't have to worry too much. So of course, as I've been asking everybody, you've got a ticket. You've got that lottery ticket. So how fast are you going to be logging onto that Western States portal?
I'm not sure yet because I don't know if I want to do this ever again.
Trust me, after a day, you will.
Maybe tomorrow.
Okay, we'll give it till tomorrow. You've actually got until the end of the month to go on the portal and put that ticket in, so you got some time. So yeah.
Yeah, I know people ask me about that, and I'm like, no, I'm still running. Like, don't even ask me that right now because I was like, I couldn't do it again. It's just like this 100 miles, just like, no.
Yeah, too soon.
Too soon.
I
Yeah.
know. I feel the same way. In previous runs, I'm said, I'm never gonna do this again. But then you find yourself like, oh, my friend's doing it. Okay, I'll do it too. It's like.
Western States is a pretty big draw, so I'm confident if I do a little search in about a week, I'll see all your names out there on the portal. So we'll be looking for you at the auditorium in Auburn in about a month. All right. Thank you all so much. Get some great recovery, and it was a pleasure talking to all of you. All right. Take care. All right, folks. So we just had 3 runners come in. Just amazing. Some of them that ran together throughout the night, and we've got. All right, excellent. So we got another runner coming in here. All right, he's got his buckle. Why don't you sit right over here, sir? All right. Everybody's got the buckle. I love it. It's beautiful to see that. Hi, how are you doing? What's your name?
I'm doing good. I'm Kevin Castaneda.
Kevin, great to meet you. I've just been told by my co-host Mike here, 3-time Cool Moon finisher,
Yeah.
first-time Rio finisher.
Yes, it's my first time finishing Rio. I've done Cool Moon 3 times, and this is my first time actually doing a 100-miler. That's not Cool Moon. So this was a tough race. This is actually a lot harder than Cool Moon, especially. ALT, I was telling Mike that loop, the 10-mile stretch, that first 10-mile stretch when you're coming in Rio, when you hit when you leave
no hands,
when you leave no hands, right when you hit that loop, that 10-mile stretch, that was tough.
Yeah, you're going out Quarry Trail there. You got a lot of flat trail, and you're kind of then getting into this like rolling stuff, and it feels like ALT is never gonna get there.
It was like never ending, but it was a tough course. A lot, like I said, a lot harder than Cool. I think that this race is definitely a great challenge for anyone looking for a 100-miler.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it's funny because, people look at this course on paper, they look at the time of year, they think, the heat is generally gone. I mean, yeah, it might rain a little bit, there's some mud or whatever. It's not like you're at altitude, it's not exceptionally hilly, but I have a feeling, and I haven't run it, I've run most of the trails, but I haven't run the race yet. It beats you up. Is that true?
Yes. I was wrecked. This course handed it to me for sure. I was when I got to Cool Fire Station. Yeah, I was completely wrecked. I was falling apart. I got some food in me, and thanks to my crew and my friends and everyone here to support me, I was able to pull it off. And I had the most amazing experience today. So I'm just glad weather was on our side today, because last year I got to Overlook last year in mile 44, and it was just raining cats and dogs, and I just could not get dry. I ended up dropping out last year at Rio.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is your second attempt, first finish. I gotcha. Okay, all right. Yeah, last year was brutal. I was down at ALT, and I was doing ham radio with a friend of mine, and we were freezing. I mean, we weren't moving, so we weren't generating heat, but it was cold, it was damp, it was not a great year. I mean, it was hard to do.
It was a tough race last year. Like, it just didn't stop. I mean, when I got to Overlook, I couldn't get dry. I didn't have a crew, or didn't have a pacer, so it was like kind of winged it. I had just done Puerto Vallarta, UTMB, a couple days before. Hey, John. So this guy right here, he's amazing runner. What was your time today, John?
It was 27, but it was just a rough day in general.
I'm hearing that a lot. I mean, even though you would sort of talk about, like, these conditions are pretty favorable, still this course just beats you up.
Yeah, it was hot, it was humid. It was everything I was not expecting, which threw the game plan completely off, and you had to adapt. But it was rough.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Yesterday, I mean, uncharacteristically hot, I think, for this time of year. About 78, 79, 80 degrees, humid. This is not something we're used to in California.
No, not at all, not at all. But we got it done, so proud of you, man.
Yeah, we got it done. So, where are you from?
Right here, Sacramento.
Oh, Sacramento, nice, local?
Yes, local. Yes, Sacramento, Georgetown, and Sacramento.
Oh, fantastic. Now, do you both train these trails, like, specifically?
We're training buddies, and we do. We're usually at the confluence and No Hands, north and south loop of Cool. So Martin's race.
Okay, yeah. Cool Moon, Martin Sengo. He also was in the race, and he is a 3-time silver buckle, consecutive silver buckle. I just saw on his Strava today. Martin Sengo, a race director of Cool Moon. What can you say about Martin and his race directing skills in that Cool Moon race?
I love Martin. He is an amazing runner. He just had his twins. He's got himself a handful, and for him to come out here and to perform the way he does, and is amazing. He's a big inspiration to me.
He smashed this race this year, just absolutely smashed it. He was coming through Cool last night. I can't remember exactly what time, but just so smooth, the way he runs and what he puts down. Yeah, what do you think, too, about him?
No, he consistently puts up good numbers. I don't know how he does it, and he makes it look easy, which really irks me because I want to just, I want to figure out what the secret sauce is and replicate it.
Absolutely. And he's given back to the community, and that's what I love about all these people. When you see runners out here, they're not just runners, they're race directors, they're volunteers, they're crew members, they're pacers. Have you had the experience to crew somebody, pace somebody in any of these races?
I have not. I haven't done it yet. Been very fortunate to have people that have helped me. I haven't had a chance to return the favor, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is such an enriching experience, as you know. I mean, I'm sure as you can see your crews and your pacers, once you get out there and you help somebody get to that finish line, just like they help you, it just feels so good. I love that about the community. Have you had the experience yet to do that?
Yes, I have. It's an amazing experience to be on the other side, and I got to pace my friend Nam for Bryce Canyon, and that was a tough race. So, yeah, pacing is definitely you gotta have it together. You gotta have it together if you're gonna be pacing your friend.
I'm almost more nervous to be a pacer than I am to be a runner half the time. Got to be honest with you, because there's a lot of responsibility, and you feel guilty almost if you don't get your runner to the finish. So it pays to like observe and kind of learn how to do it. Yeah, for sure. Now I didn't ask. I don't think. Is this have you finished other 100-milers, or is this your first?
No, this is the second Rio.
Okay.
And then we've also done Canyons 100, and that was brutal too. Hot day.
Oh yeah.
And Martin was out there too, killing it like Martin does. And going back to that point, Martin doesn't matter when and where, he's got advice for you.
Yeah.
If it could be mile 85 in his race, and he'll stop everything and be like, hey, let me talk to you. And I think that's the beautiful thing about the community. And to be able to give back, it's extremely fulfilling.
Yeah.
And it's just what the community is about.
Yeah, it so much is. And I can speak to that same experience. In my first 100K race, it was Canyons back in 2018, and an experienced ultra runner told me before I did this new thing that I had never done before, 90% of your problems can be solved by just slowing down. And I've remembered that, and I think about that, and stuff like that sticks with you.
You're a better runner than I am. I go out too hot, get burned up too quick.
Oh, we all do it. I mean, and I actually speak to that about this race in particular, because that first 25 miles, it's just such a draw to go out there and just hammer it, because you're flat pavement. You have the little side, gravel there or whatever. How did you approach that first loop?
I went out pretty hot. I'm not gonna lie. I went out guns blazing, and it was on accident. But I slowed my pace down, controlled my heart rate, had great heart rate throughout the whole race, and cut it pretty close. We finished the golden hour, but we got it done. And like I said, this was a tough race. ALT, that stretch, and then on my way back to Cool, that stretch to Goat Hill. Oh, man, that was tough.
Yeah, you definitely have to earn this race. I mean, the good thing about this year, without as much rain as we've had in the past, at least Goat Hill, you weren't sliding 3 feet backwards for every 2 feet forwards, which is good. How was your first loop there?
That was rough. It was rough. It was started out smooth, and then it just got pretty. It got kind of vicious. Unexpectedly got vicious.
Yeah, it doesn't let up. I have not done this race. I'm getting inspired. I've run most of these trails, but not as a continuous. It seems like, especially at the end of the year, I don't know about you all, but the mental motivation starts to wane a little bit at this time of year. So getting something like this done with a deceptively hard course has got to feel good.
It feels amazing. It was an amazing experience to go and go out there and give it your all, and then drain the tank and then still find more. It's like there's nothing that I feel like can match that feeling and that that to just go out there and accomplish that yeah, you earn it, because
Go home with that, and yeah, you can't. You cannot.
No, I mean, I feel like sometimes I can go out and wing a 50K and be kind of like, yeah, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna be out here for half the day or whatever. But 100-miler, man, you got to go through the night. You got to keep it going.
Yeah, it's vicious. And then 30, 35, 40 miles, you could be in pain, and there's nothing you can do about it besides deal with it and get through it.
How was the nutrition? How'd the stomach hold up?
Didn't hold up well. It didn't hold up well. I mean, we were doing everything: soft foods, avocados, oatmeals, things like that, and the body just stopped. Around 50 miles, we were having a hard time getting food down. So
That's the hardest thing too. I mean, you can't go long without food.
Yeah, it was basically, today was just like trying to keep food down, getting your calories in, your nutrition, and it was tough for me when I got too cool. It was tough for me to keep my food down. I tried to put down some soup, and it was tough. It was today, Rio de Lago, like I said, definitely it was a challenge.
Yeah, people underestimate this course because of the elevation, and they show up and they go, man.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, you are both finishers. I congratulate you both. You've got the buckle. You can display that proudly. You can wear it around, and you can tell people the stories. And we love to see it. We hope you're going to come back. I hope to see you again at other races around the area. And just enjoy it.
Right.
Bask in it, man. All right. Have a great rest of your day and recover well.
Thanks, Ray.
All right. Take care.
Appreciate that, man.
You bet.
Yeah, I was, hey, you haven't done this one. I don't know.
I got to get out and do it.
The rollers don't really
Yeah.
are brutal.
Oh, yeah.
And they come back out, you got to hit again.
Right. All right. Just some great experiences here with the finish line, the finishers here at the finish line at RDL. We love the stories. Take care, guys. All right, we got another runner coming here. I'm just going to make a quick program note. We are in the final 15 minutes of the race. Come on in. Golden hour, 15 minutes to go. I can tell you right now, we've got people out on the levees. We've got people coming in from Granite Beach. They are doing everything in their power to get to this finish line in the next 14 minutes by my count. And we have another runner here who has made it in. He has just finished it. What was your time, sir?
Honestly, I didn't even check. I was so excited to finish.
It doesn't matter. It's under 30 hours. What's your name?
My name's Tommy Silva.
All right, nice to meet you. And tell me a little bit about your more than a day.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the run itself?
Absolutely.
Oh, dude. You know, I was supposed to do this run last year, and I had signed up for it a year ago because I was training for the Hurt 100, and I was doing hundreds along the way to get that one done. And I did. I signed up for a 24-hour run, and I was aiming for 100 miles. Well, this is in October, and last year, and so I start the 24-hour run, and 2 miles in, I feel a snap in my left knee, and I was done. And I ended up tearing my meniscus.
Oh.
So I contacted Julie to see if anything could be done about it, and she goes, "I'm really sorry, but all that money goes out before we even plan the race out. Try again next year."
Yeah.
And so I did. And so I had surgery. My knee surgery was December 15th a year ago, and here I am almost to the year. And but I underestimated the race. Only because it says 1,300 feet of elevation gain, right?
Yeah.
And I was wearing this shirt earlier, and I'm like, this thing's got 23,000 feet of gain, and it's a monster, right?
Yeah.
And so I was comparing it to this guy, but this thing is, it's tenacious.
It's relentless. The rollers beat you up. It's just, this is the common theme we've been hearing. I mean, and we've heard this many years. I mean, this race can beat you up. It's deceptive.
Yeah. It's not even that it has like false peaks, because you reach one and you go down, and it's just like you said, rolling, and they're just, and you get a meat grinder. And that's a 7 mile thing, and I was like, oh my God, when does it stop? And it's just like that, up and down, up and down. It's super technical, super hard. And but I was happy to get out of that on the way in, because I knew I was like in a better place.
Oh yeah, once you get out of that and you get out there to Beaks Bight, Doton's Point, I think it is, and you're heading into Granite Beach, you're like, all right, I think I can relax now. But folks, if you've never run the meat grinder and you want an experience, I think the problem there, the footing, you can never get a good rhythm. There's all these little step ups and step downs and things, and at the point you're coming in, you're just trashed, and you don't want to see that.
You don't want to break an ankle. You don't want to fall on your face, especially with those. One false move and you're done. And all the rocks are slick too, because all the people running on them, and so you kind of have to be careful with every step. And then you can't really get more than 10 feet before having to do it again.
Yeah. I've done a couple training runs out there this last month or two, and I mean, I hadn't been out there in a while, and it was a very quick reminder, like, wow, this is no joke, this trail, and it's, I think, a little unique in the sense that a lot of people and maybe us, like Northern California, like the trails are pretty buffed out, so like we don't normally get this type of thing, and then you throw it into a race like this, and it's a shock to the system.
They're legit. I know we're talking about Rio, but like this guy here, the Mugian Monster, I mean, you get volcano. They call them. I found out they call them baby heads because they're the size of a baby head, and they're everywhere, and they're not stuck anywhere. They just they roll. But this thing here, I underestimated it. I went out too fast. I was doing 11-minute miles for like the first 40, and I felt great. Oh, this is great. And then I got to 68, and I ended up, I was aiming for the 27-hour cutoff, and I think I ended up with like 29 and a half. I finished.
Yeah, you finished. I mean, that's all that matters. But at a certain point, you're kind of like, I guess I'm just going to let go of whatever goal I had and just get in there before the 30-hour cutoff. What was your crew situation? Do you have a pacer or any of that?
That was tough because I'm from Southern California, and it was just me and my wife is always my crew. Usually we have a couple other people with us, but nobody could help, and so she was fine on her own. And in terms of a pacer, I was planning on going solo, and she kept like saying to me, "You're gonna need a pacer," and I'm thinking in my head, "Well, how would you know what I need, right? Because I'm the racer."
Yeah, you can come on.
Karen, come on in, Karen. And it's Tommy.
All right, we got Tommy here. We got Karen coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are on video. You are on video right now. Yeah, for sure. This is live. We're live right now. So, did you all you knew each other before, or did you meet out on the trail?
This is the craziest story. She's got a great pace going yesterday morning. We're on the bike trail, and I'm like following her, and I say to her, "I hope you don't mind that I'm like, ghosting you because I love your pace." And then for some reason you asked me about an aid station. About the same run, and I say to her, I was at mile 58, and this guy that I met, Paul Bonet, and she goes, Paul? That's my brother. And it was like the craziest thing because here she is, I'm running with her. I ran with her brother in Arizona, and it's the family of greats, right? It was awesome.
Oh, fantastic. Karen, how are you doing? Great story. Oh, we got to get some. Yeah, we got to get some rehydration here. How are you doing right now?
Actually, I'm emotionally really happy. Really emotionally happy. It was quite the journey.
Yeah. Now, all right. So we got to talk about this. Back-to-back hundreds. You did Javelina last weekend, right? Talk to me about what you do between a 100-mile race and then the next weekend a 100-mile race. This is amazing.
So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Epsom salt baths, and sleeping and eating and stretching and rolling, and then by Thursday I feel pretty darn good, and just take care, get good sleep, and eat and drink.
Yeah, fantastic. We need to do this, people. We need to recover. We need to eat. We need to sleep. We need to drink. We need to stretch. I think we're all sometimes guilty of not doing a lot of that stuff, but this is an absolute must when you're doing back-to-backs. How would you compare and contrast the two experiences?
This Javelina's just loops and rocky. So you kind of can pace yourself between each loop, know what you're doing. Here is just, and it's incredible terrain. It's hard, it's fun, it's challenging, but it just gives a whole different animal. Plus there's like, I don't know, it's either between 11 and 15,000 feet of climbing here. Javelina's 8,000 feet of climbing.
Wow. So, like, you're actually doing the harder race on the second weekend while you're more you're more fatigued and all of that. And this is not the first time you've done this double.
Fifth time.
Fifth time double, folks. All right. So, I mean, we've heard just so many different stories today. We've had first-time 100-mile finishers. We just had a guy who's doing a 100-mile race every month of the year and actually doing 2 in December. Nice. And he uses them to train for 200-mile races. We have people that go out and then you did this monster, the Mogollon monster, and that was only like a month or two ago. Is that right? Or was it 2 years? Okay, because I think I saw like they had like a story about it recently, and so people. I mean, we just have this whole gamut of different goals, different people from all walks of life, and I think the great thing I love about this community is just so welcoming to anybody's desires and what they want to achieve, right? And let's just talk about that. Like, what's your next achievement that you're going for?
The Bigfoot 200.
All right, so 200 miler, right? So will this be your So will this be your inaugural 200?
Yes, it will be. And so this was my first training. Going into that a year from now in August.
Right. Okay. So, like, let's just talk about that. I mean, we're talking year training cycles here, right? We're not just like, hey, I'm going to go out and not to put down any distance, anything people are doing, walking, running, whatever. It's just great to get out in nature and move your body, in my opinion. And you can take it to whatever level you want. But when you do get to this level, I mean, you're talking months, years to build up to something like this.
Yeah, I've been running ultras for really seriously 10 years. But I've been running trails since 06, right? But I've just like the 200s all of a sudden started intriguing me, and so I actually went up to Washington this summer, and I volunteered for Canada's Burden for the Bigfoot, and I was there for 5 days, and it's just insane what they do. It's crazy, and so I ended up sweeping 50 miles of the course, and I'm like, I'm doing this run. Yeah. I had to do it, and so I came home, and I told my wife I'm doing this run, and I registered, and I'm in, and so I'm looking forward to it, and I'm just, like you said, you gotta. I don't know. Maybe I should start doing Epsom salt baths.
I think the Epsom salts are key. It sounds like.
It is a key.
I mean, I train. I upper body. I do weightlifting and then I train 5 days a week, and then there I throw a cycling day one day in. So I'm just like.
Love the cross training.
Yeah, you got to do it.
All right. Folks, I just want to break in real quick here. We are down to our last 3 minutes, count them, to the golden hour. And I am hearing people coming in right now. I'm hoping we'll actually get some people, maybe even the final person before the 30-hour cutoff here at some point. Can you talk a little bit while we're waiting for some of these about what it means to be a finisher at this point of the race?
What it means to be be a finisher, man.
You know, when you're just like cutting so close to that final cutoff.
I have that experience. It's heartfelt. You know, it's the drive to get it done. It's the want to get it done. It isn't just giving up because every toenail and each feet are killing you. It's like you just push through it. And I really, really wanted to complete 5 doubles.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
And now that you've done that, like, what is the next? Do you have another goal after that?
my next race is going to be New Zealand Ironman. So, can I add to what happened this past month?
Please.
So, it started off with doing the Kona World Championships. 2 weeks later, I did Javelina. Then 1 week later, I did this.
Unbelievable. And now, so yeah, multi-sport. And that in and of itself, I mean, right there, to be able to train those 3 sports to that level as well, not just ultra running, but just cycling, swimming, and the whole thing.
Great cross training for running. If you just ran, this is great cross training.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, former bike racer here.
Yeah.
I've just started my kind of indoor cycling season for the winter that I'm going to be doing 2 to 3 days a week. I've been doing that, still running, hopefully mixing in some Nordic skiing, some things, snowshoeing, whatever. But yeah, like, how would you speak to that in terms of like longevity in the sport, just being able to mix in all those different things?
For me, it keeps from being injured. And an Ironman's actually easier than a 100-mile run. Because you're going to go swim for a little while, then you go ride your bike for a little while, then you just run a little bit.
And then you also mentioned cycling as well, I believe, right?
I do. I have a coach, and so he has me doing intervals and that sort of thing, hill training, that sort of thing. And then on Sundays, every Sunday, it's riding long, and so I ended up buying a Trek. And nice, and so I got into it, and I love it. And so
Well,
my next thing is an Ironman.
It's actually Sunday, so we'll give you the day off, though.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, folks, just going to break in here right now. I think we have 20 seconds, 15 to go possibly here. We're hearing it from the announcer right now. I think we're down to the final 10 seconds. And let's just wait to hear the official. And we may still have a finisher come in after the 30 hours. They will not be an official finisher. They won't qualify for Western States, but they will finish, and that's unbelievable accomplishment. I believe we've just gone past the 30-hour cutoff, but we'll hopefully get some confirmation of that here. Hopefully my watch is accurate. I want to thank you both for spending the time. I appreciate your experiences. I wish you both the best of luck.
Thank you.
Great to see you, Karen, and nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I'm gonna go take a shower now.
Absolutely. Shower time, rest up. And shoes off. Absolutely. Those feet get swelled up. Yeah, thank you all so much. All right, great to see you too. Take care. And yeah, man, good luck at Bigfoot. All right. Mike, Mike, do we have confirmation? We've passed the 30 hours, right? This is the last runner? Okay. Awesome. All right, folks. I think officially, yes, it is now race time, 11:01. At this point, the race is allowed to turn its clocks back like the rest of the world or the rest of the country. But we keep the race on daylight savings time to avoid any complication with people knowing what time and being anywhere. But at this point, I'll be able to manually or automatically set my watch back an hour now. So it's actually 10 o'clock standard time. And I believe we have the final finisher.
Yes.
Okay, so how are you? Tired, absolutely. And what's your name?
Martina Parra.
All right, Martina, can we confirm you were the last official finisher of the Rio del Lago Endurance Run presented by Ultra in 2023?
Yes, I am. That's what I was told. Yeah.
And who do we have here next to you?
This is my son, and he brought me in like the last 2 miles.
Yeah.
Because
I didn't have a pacer the whole thing.
So you ran this race with no pacer.
Yeah, no pacer because my husband was injured and he was committed to another to crew someone else.
Ah, okay.
She didn't tell me till Tuesday that she
Yeah.
Okay, so her son's here. He was committed to pace. So you paced a different runner on this race.
I crewed a different runner, Louis Savano. So yeah, so I was with his team.
Okay. And so your mom
Ended up solo.
came in solo. Crew? Did you have a crew?
Yes, my husband. My
Okay.
husband, he was in each aid station.
Okay, so you had a crew, but no pacer.
Yeah.
And here you are. And what was your? Do you know your official finish time here?
No, I don't.
29:57 something.
Okay, so she finished with 3 minutes to spare. Can you talk about your mental state just throughout the race, and probably especially in the last 20 miles, 10 miles?
Because I didn't have a pacer, I never had that experience of not having a pacer and finding the ribbons. It was difficult at night, so that was a challenge. But finishing, I was falling all over because I was trying to go faster than I could. So I fell how many times? 2 or 3? Two, yeah, and it's embarrassing, but I got it done. So.
Hey, I mean, it doesn't matter if you fall 10 times. You got to that finish line, right? Is this your first 100-mile finish?
No, I actually 2017 I had finished here. I tried last year, but I DNF on mile 76, and this is my second time here.
Wow, so this is your second finish, second 100-mile finish at the same race. So you've attempted it 3 times, 2 finishes, 2 overall 100-mile finishes at Rio. And where are you all from?
I'm originally from Mexico, the state of Jalisco, but we live in Fairfield. My son lives in Colorado.
All right, so California.
Yes.
And do you get to train on trails sort of similar, or how has your training been for this? Were you able to get up here at all? I mean, you were already familiar a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. But we have in Vacaville, what's the name of the
Lagoon
Valley Park? So that's 1 or 2 hills that we have.
Yeah.
But it works. It's like, yeah.
And so now that this is your third time doing the race, second finish, what about this course? I mean, people have been telling us, even though we didn't get rain, it was hot yesterday, it was humid. Like, what was your experience with the course itself? I mean, it beats you up, I hear, as well.
Yes, even though people say it's not that hilly, or I don't know, but it is. I found some hills and it was hard. But yeah, I enjoy it. It's runnable, but if you can run, obviously. But yeah, the course is well marked. That's really important because I get nervous when it's not marked.
There's a lot of really remote trails out there. That whole ALT loop from No Hands Bridge out to ALT back.
Exactly.
It's very dark. It's very remote.
Yes.
And how did you feel out there? Did you have anyone near you at all?
Actually, my strategy was I tried to stay with people, but it was hard because they're doing their own thing, their own pace. So it was, again, difficult. But overall, I enjoyed it because I got to meet them too, and it was really, really cool.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I would struggle to be by myself, I think, on that loop out there in the middle of the night. It's very creepy.
Yeah, it is. But I wanted the challenge, I guess, to see how it felt. But I did not like it.
Well, I mean, that's the thing too. I mean, that is the thing. Like, you learn so much during these races, right? And maybe you weren't choosing to be out without a pacer, but you did it, and now you know, if it happens again, I can do it.
Yeah, there you go. It's true. But I would prefer. Usually, my pacer is my husband, and yeah, I prefer. He was injured, so it's like he couldn't do it. Yeah. But yeah, I prefer a pacer.
So you earned a ticket into Western States Lottery.
Yeah.
Would you say that is a goal of yours?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, but you know how many people applies for that?
Yeah, but it only takes one.
That is true. I seen it too. I seen it happen. So yeah.
Absolutely. So you'll be putting in. You'll be going. Will you physically come up to go to the lottery?
Yeah, we went last year. It was our first time going to the event the day of. And yeah, we enjoyed it. Yeah,
It is super fun.
It
It
is.
is like a reunion of sorts.
Yeah, it is.
You get all the local runners, and actually sometimes non-local runners. There are
Yes.
people from overseas who come just to be in that auditorium.
Exactly.
and just the
It's really
energy
cool.
is fantastic.
Yes, yes.
So how do you feel now? What do you think the recovery is going to be like?
I'm gonna for sure rest, take a good shower, and I feel so yucky.
Are you?
But in a good way? I don't know. It's part of it. It's like everybody's yucky.
Oh yeah. We're all pretty.
not you, but
yeah. Well, you know. Yeah.
I'm sorry, the runners.
Oh yeah, no. It's, I've been out since yesterday morning, so yeah, we'll all get cleaned up here at some point. Are you all heading back today, or are you gonna hang out for a little bit?
We are. We're gonna go back home, but my son, I'm not sure what he's doing.
Here, just hanging out. Yeah.
And so, what are your aspirations in the world of running?
Gosh. Hoping to do ultras someday as well. Yeah, I love trail running, so just working my way to 50K distance at some point in my life, and then just seeing how I like it, and then go from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's infectious. That's how I started out. I came from cycling. I started doing some trail running, and then I start hearing these stories like, oh, I went out and did a short run today, 20 miles. Like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. A short run for me was 3 miles, but then you start and you kind of just keep going. What was your progression like from the beginning of your running career?
To be honest, we used to be a soccer family, and my husband used to coach a traveling team. While they were playing, I would do loops in the park. But to be honest, we started running because of my son. He joined the track when he was in high school. And how in track you wait for them and you're just sitting there. Well, we started running.
Yeah.
So that's how we started our running. And
fantastic.
That's how we progressed. We did road running, and then eventually we started with the trail, which as you get older is better for you.
All right, I got to ask your son here. I don't mean to put you on the spot. This might be a little tough, but what does it mean to you to see your mom do something like this?
I mean, it's obviously like really special to me. I mean, both my parents being ultra runners, ultra marathoners, like it's very special to kind of be able to experience this with them, because like she said, like I was running before everyone else was in the family because it was a big soccer family, and to kind of just see them tap into the running world and then just really like just exceed so many different like goals and aspirations of theirs, like it's special. It's really exciting, and it's just being able to be out here, even though of course like for this like particular race I had other obligations, like knowing that she was out there, calling my dad, checking on her and things like that, like it's special. It's special to know that my parents are badass and just like doing this stuff. So
it is. It's inspirational. I don't mind. I don't know. Would it be okay to bring Dad in here? I really. Come on, right here. All right, he's got a Canyon shirt on. I love it. I've done that race a couple times. So, what's your name, sir?
Juan.
Juan. Nice to meet you. I hear you have, unfortunately, a little bit of an injury right now.
A little bit. I felt really bad abandoning my wife out there on her own, but and she pulled it off by herself. Most of it just the last mile and a half that my son gave her a hand pacing.
That's unbelievable. It is such a huge accomplishment with no pacer, I feel, in these races. Safety aspects, mental drive, just keeping people moving forward, making sure they're on course. It takes it to the next level.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was more worried than I bet she was. I was really worried for her, but no, she pulled it off.
That's amazing. And I do think, like crew and pacer, I mean, those are tough jobs.
Tell me about it.
He was screaming the whole day, yeah.
She was fighting those cutoffs since Overlook, and oh my gosh, that's harder than running. It's stressful.
Yeah, and I mean, here you are, you're driving around in the middle of the night, you're trying to get to places to see her. Tell me about the emotion going through right now.
A big relief. I ecstatic that she made it. I went back to see where they were, and I didn't think she had a chance, really. But, man, she picked it up, and, yeah, that's unbelievable. She had a couple falls here at the finish, but, yeah, she picked herself up. She didn't want no help. She said, I can do it. she did it all night. Why not again? You know.
So amazing. I love the fact that you've got the whole family going here. It's great. Your son sounds like he's really inspired, wants to get into this. Just, with the wealth of experience that you both bring to it, I'm sure he'll have no trouble at all. It's so great.
We just go in it blind, you know. I mean, you can't have too much experience. We just see whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
You got to deal with it.
Absolutely. Now, and I just hear you just did javelina?
I did. That's why I got a little injured. That's why I couldn't help her out.
Okay, but you finished that race?
I did.
All right, so under 24 finisher at javelina, folks. Okay, so we got ourselves a bit of a, a speedster here. So that's a tough.
And he paced me over there.
Oh, he did. All right, yeah. I mean, and again, I think this race and that race, people have this idea like, oh, these are not going to be too bad. They're not super hilly or whatever. Both deceptive. And so, tell me about your experience there.
Well, always the heat. You always have the heat. Even though I think this year was I've done javelina 3 times, and this year I think is probably the cooler of the 3 years, or at least that's how I felt it. And I mean, you just gotta. It's tough when you get back to headquarters, because leaving the comfort to get back out there, but you don't even think you can't think about it. You just got to get in and out as soon as you can, and that way it doesn't pull you in.
Yeah, you can't stop too long at any one of these. And we also have a little bit of that here with the overlook, where you go out on that ALT loop, and man, that loop is rough. And then you come back to the overlook, it's mile 76 or so, I think, and you're sitting there and everybody's having a great time that's not racing. There's food, there's partying going on, and you're thinking, man, I've got to go another 24 miles. What was she like at overlook the second time?
She looked a little rough. She those miles at Cool. When I first saw her, I didn't think she was going to make the cutoff at Cool. And she made it there, and she went back out, and I said, all right, I'll see you at Overlook. And I kept looking at the watch, and I didn't think she was going to make it. And she made it, and same thing at Rattlesnake.
Wow.
I mean, she was there like 15, 20 minutes before the cutoff. And so she was doing that all day.
Do you remember what time she was at Cool? The cutoff was 1:45.
40, yeah, I think she left Cool after 1.
Okay, so like under an hour kind of thing. Yeah.
That one was probably the longest one, but when she got to back to Overlook, that was probably 15 minutes before the cutoff.
Wow. Wow. That's tight.
Rattlesnake was again 15 minutes.
And I had to go to the restroom, and he's saying, hurry up. You gotta be out of here before, because I guess you have to leave at the time before, and the timing matters.
Yeah, absolutely. So so you've both earned a ticket to the lottery.
Yeah.
All right.
I told her I wasn't gonna sign up until she finished this race, so we could sign up at the same time.
Awesome. I love it. And so how many tickets do you have in?
I want to say I have 16 now. Well, I haven't signed up yet, but when I have 8 now, so it'll double to 16.
Right.
I don't have any.
You've got the one, right? Right. So yeah, like I'm sure there's some odds calculation where we could take like the combination of both your entries to figure out like what's the percentage chance that you both get drawn, or one of you gets drawn. Like I love that kind of math.
They have a headache trying to crew both of us.
Yeah, get ready. I mean, it could be a family affair out there next year. I mean, if things smile on both of you, it could just be one of those amazing experiences.
That would be nice. That would be nice to share that with her.
And so, do you all train together a lot, or what's your kind of plan for that?
Sam, because he's at different pace, so. He does his easy runs with me. Yeah, something like that. But yeah.
So yeah, I mean, she likes to do her runs early, 4 a.m. morning, and so I get up and do my runs with her. And then maybe in the afternoon I'll put in my own run, or on weekends I'll put in my own run.
Yeah. This is so great. I love it. I think that this has just been one of the great stories to wrap up with here. I don't know if we're not totally wrapping up yet, but we'll want to. Okay, all right, yeah, we're online, so as many people want to come around. But yeah, thank you both so much. Huge congratulations here. Last official finisher. You've earned that ticket to the lottery. Your husband was out there. Your son came in the last mile and a half. A family affair. It's
My
just.
daughter was there in spirit. She kept constantly calling.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I hope to see you all at the auditorium in about a month, and best of luck to you. All right. Yeah. Have a great recovery. All right. Well, folks, it is now. If we're still going by race time, it's 11:17. It's actually 10:17 in normal time. We can all switch our clocks back now. 17 minutes past. I don't know if we actually have any runners still coming in unofficially. Do you know?
Yes, there's a couple coming in unofficially.
Okay, so we've got 3 runners coming in unofficially. These folks are still coming in 100 miles, over 30 hours. Now, they won't get an official finish. They won't get a ticket qualifying, but they will be 100-mile finishers. Mike, you've done over 10, now 12, if I'm, you can tell me. What's it like for anybody, it doesn't matter, official or not, what's it going to feel like for them?
Well, 13. But 13.
All right.
Just not who's counting.
Hey, you know, whatever.
One of them's a 250, but I mean, yeah, I mean, this is at the point where it's bittersweet because you do the distance and you can't really, you spend 2 minutes here, 2 minutes there, 2 minutes here, 2 minutes there, and you just can't go back and think about it because you're never going to come up with an answer. You spent the time somewhere, and so you just got to come back. It's going to be hard to swallow, but it's just something you got to have to do. And especially the ones that came in a couple minutes, you know, the one was 2.5 minutes, one was like 3 minutes, and that's just hard to swallow because you had that time somewhere, and you used it for something else.
Right.
And if in hindsight, yeah, who knows, you know. So we have a couple more finishers. Dylan said 3, so you know they're coming in, and we'll hang out here and chill for a little while, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. It is tough. I mean, I guess the good thing is they know they can do the distance. They might need to do a little bit different strategy. They, like you said, they might have, you know, stayed here or there a little bit too long, something like that, or who knows what, you know. But they can do the distance. So Rio was your first 100-miler.
Here, yeah.
Right here. And that was in 2018, I believe, was it? 17. Or 17. I'm trying to remember. What was it like for you?
Well, it rained. I thought it only rained on my years, but talking to Julie yesterday, I guess it rains most years, if not all years. So it was my first 100. So we were talking, this race has more first-time 100-milers than most races. There was a 100 and change first-time 100 milers, and they're usually more prepared. They have a spreadsheet. They probably have tracked their mileage. They probably have had, you know, they should have had all those things that how to use lights, and they run at night with lights, and they've tested out different things. So usually I was pretty prepared. I think, you know, I got 24:44, which was, I was hoping for, you know, 7:4, but I think I ran as good as I could run that day, and that was, I couldn't have run any better today. So I think it was a good day. I was still learning nutrition because I was a new runner, so I was probably trying gels and trying whatever, and not really knew what I wanted. And so I think I just but it worked out. I mean, it was a good day. It was fair, and I couldn't have been any faster. I remember being my first ultra, my hips were just, like my hip joints were just, your first 100 miler, your hips are so sore. And then I couldn't walk for weeks afterwards. But now you can do a 100 miler, you can go back to work the next day, and it's like, but your body just becomes more resilient too. Your tendons are stronger, your ligaments are tougher. Everything is just, I don't know, it's just different.
It's like your first marathon too. It's like, I know I could barely walk for a week and a half after my first marathon. I'll be like, I trained very incorrectly, and it was like a bucket list thing. But now it's like, yeah, I can go do a marathon, and it's all good. It's similar, same thing with hundos.
Yeah, and it goes up and down the whole range of distances too. For anybody starting out, even just to get out for a 5K or whatever. I mean, you can do a 5K and be out for several days after or something. But it's just if you have a goal and you just kind of keep working at it, yeah, at some point you're going to get to this level, or whatever level you want, and be able to do these things and just have like this longevity. I think longevity is one of the things that's important to me personally as I age. I want to be able to do these things, be in nature and all that. Can you speak to kind of like what some of your goals are for longevity, Mike?
Ah, longevity. I think longevity comes from when you're over 50, having a proper cross training. And we all know you're supposed to do yoga, you're supposed to roll your muscles, you're supposed to cross train. Yeah, but when you're young, you can like, I don't do any of it. I'll finish. You get older, you're like, wait a minute. I was said I could finish anything, and then all of a sudden I didn't. I was like, wait a minute, okay, whoa, what's happening here? I have to do more now than I used to. Like if I can do a race with low elevation gain like javelina, it's hot, but it's more of a heat race. But if it has like your first TRT, if you're talking over 20,000 feet, that's a different. I have to physically train in a different story. I have to be planking, side planking. I have to be doing band work with those little bands on your knees, clamshells, because it takes more.
Yeah.
And you got to do more, and then you have to decide, well, how much more can I do? Can I do it every year? So I think you got to pick and choose your battles as you get older, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a life balance. I mean, I don't think anybody can sit there these days and say, hey, my life is simpler than it was 3 years ago or less busy. It's like it's incremental, right? Things just constantly keep getting busier and busier. We have to find ways to take care of ourselves, find that recovery, find that cross training. It's a scheduling thing. I mean, we hear just now people get up at 4 a.m. to run because that's when they can fit it in. So it just whatever works for you, I guess. And yeah, so like, what's your approach?
Oh, I mean, that's a great question. I think the more I run and kind of like try and put these seasons together, like obviously it's a game of patience and consistency and enjoying yourself. Like, I think that gets really, I mean, it's nice that people are talking about it, but I think a lot of like, especially new people to the sport tend to miss is like, they think like a couple training blocks are gonna like work really hard and do this and that'll get me to where I want to be. And it's like the real magic comes out after like 3, 4, 5 years of just like the patient consistency, like consistent work and effort and not getting injured and stringing things together and just that slow burn and rise, and then a lot of it too, like especially these last couple of years I've noticed like most of it's just logistics, like how your life fits together in terms of work and family and like the travel and other responsibilities you have to do and animals and cats and whatever and like diets and nutrition and making sure like half of running is just like making sure you're eating enough, which is really hard to do even for marathoners or 10Kers or first time half marathoners, like you got to be pumping food and like there's work and logistics that go into that, but yeah, mostly just having fun, giving yourself the opportunity to like let the magic happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just reading an Instagram post the other day, somebody I follow who, was really talking about kind of the ratio of hard work versus, easier work. And he was kind of almost looking at like an 80 to 20, like really kind of chill miles. People sometimes think like, oh, just junk miles, like they're not doing anything for me, but you're kind of like letting your body sort of absorb that hard 20% training. Do you have any kind of like ratios you work off of or like anything to do with hard versus recovery work or anything like that, Mike?
I'm trying to.
Like, how do you structure it, I guess?
The race or training?
Training, yeah, training blocks, like how much hard versus kind of recovery work or...
Well, again, I think it comes down to what race I chose. When I did Cocodona the first time, I was just a runner. I just ran for training. And that had gotten me a lot of 100-milers, just running. Then I got to Cocodona, and I didn't make it. And I was like, well, then I had to rethink how I trained. I went and got a trainer. I talked to doctors about my electrolyte problems, some leaning problems, my training problems, what's weak, and so I get in a trainer, learning to cross train right, and then I went took that out to the bear, and I did well under this new approach to running. I realized I have to do more than just run to be a good runner at over 50. And then I've been using that same plan. I used it for Cocodona. I came back to Cocodona and I did great. So this year, I didn't really train that hard because I didn't have it in my soul. I physically couldn't do that again this year. I couldn't do it. I just was like, I just can't work that hard. It takes a lot out of you. And so this year I did run 3 different 100 milers, but you know, San Diego I trained for, but the last 2 I kind of just was running. You know, I did 6 weeks ago or 7 weeks ago I did Stagecoach Line 100 in northern Flagstaff to the Grand Canyon. It's a lot like Javelina. It's 7,000 feet of gain, but it's on the Coconina Plateau. You're just running through sagebrush. High elevation, so your heart rate's kind of high because you're at 7,500 feet, then you go up to 92. But generally, it was a lot like Javelina, so I did that 6 weeks before Javelina. But I was kind of running miles, no cross training, and I know I couldn't have done like the Bear or TRT. So I don't think you can do it every year. So next year, if I choose a big race again, I'm choosing not just the race, but I'm choosing all the things I have to do now to get there. So I decide, do I have it in me to do all those things? And I don't have the answer to that question yet.
Yeah, I mean that's a question that sometimes comes in the off season. You know, you get a little bit of reflection in there. You start looking at next year's races, maybe something you haven't done before that's intriguing. And then you, at least at this point, you've got enough experience with all the different races to be able to possibly, I'm guessing, see a race and then sort of slot it in the ranking. Like, how hard is this thing going to be? You know, like, what's it going to take? Is it going to be a Cocodona level, or is it going to be some other level? And be able to kind of key off of that. Do you feel like you're pretty confident to be able to analyze a race like that?
Yeah, I saw that guy from LA we just had on a minute ago. He was wearing a Mogollon Monster shirt, and I was like, God, I want to do that, but I'm like, oh God, it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
It's going to be a high elevation, a lot of elevation gains. Like, I couldn't say now if I could do that. Also, I would like to do another long distance race, but you know, I have to. This winter, I take November and December off, and I try to give myself 2 months to just cross train, do other things, and heal up. So that's my time to think about the future. And then lotteries happen too, and so that also plays into when you waited so long for a race, you got to just, if that happens, you got to do that, and that's gonna take a lot of training. Western States is not an easy race. It's hot. It's super hot. Hottest race we have probably. 95 degrees, 100 degrees, hotter than Javelina, or hotter than the desert. So that's a different. So if that happens, that's gonna be have decided for me.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've mentioned it a few times for anyone that's tuned in or isn't aware. Yeah, in 1 month, December, I can't remember the exact day. Is it 3rd or 4th of December, somewhere that first weekend, day before CIM actually. Placer High School Auditorium, the yearly lottery drawing for the Western States endurance run, and all the people, the official finishers of this vast myriad of qualifying races, they get a ticket. They may have more than one ticket. They go into the lottery, and they hope to get drawn for Western States. And as Mike said, that can totally change the trajectory of next year. Like, you don't know right now if you're in Western States, but as of that first weekend of December, you might be in Western States, and that can completely change your training for next year. And what would be going through somebody's mind at that point, do you think?
Oh, jeez, I don't know. That's how you. Obviously, that would be the key event of the year. That's your A race, whether you like it or not. You know, for most of us mortals. So, yeah, that's how you structure your year from that point. You know, and then it's like putting the tune-up races around it, or putting the training logistics together and figuring it out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you know, you wish you had more opportunities to do this thing, but it is the reality. It's not going to change, right? So that would be your A race.
Yeah, someone's coming in. in.
All right, so folks, we have somebody coming in right now. It's 31 minutes past the 30-hour cutoff.
Two people, could be a pacer and a runner. It's two people.
Two people coming in right now. We've heard the announcer, they see him coming down to the finish line here. Got a lot of people cheering. These people are unofficial, but they are finishers of 100-mile distance, and who knows, this could be their first attempt at 100 miles. And they are just as happy. And look at the face, yeah. All right, clapping all around. They're ecstatic. Two runners just now. They have finished 100 miles. They are getting medals. They don't get a buckle. They don't get an official finish. They get medals, and that's great. You know, they've done the distance, and that is no small feat. Ina Darris right now.
56 years old.
56 years old.
And they're saying her husband Michael has done the race a couple times.
Oh, okay. All right. So husband and wife team coming in right now.
Is he a runner as well?
Yeah, he's on there right there, and
So yeah, they're both.
and they it looks like they were tracking together.
Together, yeah.
Okay, through Granite Beach. All right.
That's a bold move.
All right, and
I ran my wife through her first 100-miler
Uh-huh.
at the Keys 100. And I mean, it's tough. Even as a pacer, it's tough to pace a loved one because sometimes you got to be mean, and sometimes people get a little like, oh, not mean, but you know, you got to be like.
Got the tough love going.
Yeah.
You gotta be close, right?
You're going through some new experiences and some ups and downs, and like that was the year like that little typhoon came through, so it got like crazy. It was like Forrest Gump shrimp boat scene out there with like 40 degrees and hail at the Keys 100, which you would never think was going to get cold, and she doesn't like the cold, and I thought she was going to throw me off some of those bridges down there, but we made it.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, good on these guys.
Anybody else on your phone? There?
So it looked like on the phone there might have been one more person. Was that right? There was one other.
Let me see.
Like the last Granite Beach check in there.
Let's see how we started.
Looked like there might have been one more after them. We'll just check in the tracker here, folks.
I'm not sure of what the official. Was there the cutoff time? at
Okay,
Granite
so
Beach?
there is this runner right here. I don't know if there is a cutoff at Granite Beach or not. So if there is not, though, and he decided to come through, Doug Crumley, he would be the last runner to come in. But he went through Granite Beach about 8 minutes before the 30-hour cutoff for the finish line. But if there was no cutoff officially at Granite Beach, he would have the ability to go forward. They wouldn't pull him if he decided to. He could, of course, drop there if he wanted to, but he would, I'm guessing, if he had the ability and the desire, he would keep going. We're just checking to see if there is an official cutoff at Granite Beach or not, if we have that information. But yeah, they're sort of cleaning things up here at the finish line. The finish line arch is still up, so if he is coming in, he'll get to run under that arch and feel that accomplishment of doing the 100-mile distance. It has just been unbelievable here. And there's Ray. All right. So, yeah, it's just been an unbelievable time out here. While we've got a little bit of break in the interviewing here, I don't know if we have anybody else that's still watching us. I just want to take a few minutes, too, just fill you in a little bit about some of the things that go on behind the scenes. One of the things that goes on is all the ham radio operators that are out on the course. This course has some very remote parts of it, especially what we've talked about, the ALT loop, the Auburn Lake Trails loop. It's out past No Hands Bridge. The Auburn Lake Trails aid station is out there, and then you eventually come into the Cool aid station. That's a very long stretch. There's not good cell coverage, and it's really, for safety reasons, important for us to have communications all up and down the course. And the way that's accomplished, even with cell coverage in certain places, is with the ham radio operators. I am one of them. I was lucky enough to get a ham radio license, tested for that last year. I got a ham radio, and we've got a whole ham radio operating team out there. And what we like to do is try to keep everybody attuned to what's happening on the course at any given point. If there's runners in trouble, if there's aid station needs, if there's transportation needs, logistics, things of that nature. And so I spent about 10 hours last night, in the afternoon into the evening and early morning hours out in Cool, going to the Cool aid station and just observing and helping the aid station volunteers with whatever they needed, communicating to race management and helping runners with any medical issues or other types of issues that they had. So one thing I would just love to see is more of our running community get their ham radio license. I'd love to see more people get involved in that. It's a great way to volunteer if you're so inclined. We also have positions on the sweep teams. So the sweep teams that are coming in behind the runners will often have a ham radio, and they can communicate as well. If that's of any interest to you at all, it's essentially going through a little bit of a course. You take a test. It's a federal FCC license that you have to get. Pretty low cost. I think it's in the range of $30 or $40 to get the license once you pass the test. And then you can transmit on the amateur radio bands. And, at that point, we have a lot of mentors here that will teach you how to use the radio in a race communication capacity here. And we just love to see more people come in with those licenses to help us out. So if that's of any interest, absolutely, you can contact me. You can DM me at the Mile 99 interview on our social media. I'll get you hooked up with that. Mike's also an operator. We've done some races together. And I see Joe as our race radio coordinator walking around. And we just have a great time out there. And we love, I don't know, personally, I'm just talking about the ham radio stuff. I love it in the sense that I feel like I'm helping keep the runners safe. And that's just one of the benefits I've seen to it. Have you had any interesting experiences doing the ham radio operation, Mike?
Oh, is it a vegan ham?
It is a vegan ham,
Yeah, we need to make sure where it's a, it's a whatever they call a vegan ham.
It's a tofurkey ham, I think.
Yeah. I've worked at the Western States net control overnight, and I've not done the remote things, but I do overnight. It's kind of fun because you're in net control and you're it's like the operator. You hear all the stuff's going on. There's sweepers here and there. There's a medical problem. You hear all the traffic and the behind the scenes of an ultra. It's just an interesting, different way to hear a race, and you're still tracking the leaders, but you're just kind of behind the scenes, and it's pretty fun.
That's true. I forgot to mention that. You hear all the traffic from all the aid stations, the sweepers. So even though you're sitting out, either at net control, which is kind of the central communications headquarters, or you're out at a remote aid station, like I was out at Cool, I was hearing information from Horseshoe Bar, from Rattlesnake, from the finish line, all these different places. And it's, even though you're sitting out in the middle of nowhere sometimes, you still feel like you're part of the action. And sometimes you have some piece of knowledge that they need from another aid station. So we had a situation, I think it was last night, where they had missed a runner. We didn't have a timing mat at Cool, and one of the leaders was not doing like super great as he came to Cool. He spent about 20-25 minutes there, and then other people overtook him and then passed the timing mats at No Hands Bridge, and then suddenly there was a little bit of a concern, like where was that former leader? Has he gone off course? And so they called up, said, hey, have you seen so-and-so? And we were able to relay that information. Like, yeah, he stayed here for a while, and then he got back on course, so you should see him shortly. So that safety issue, I think, is super important, especially on some courses like this where it's so remote.
Yeah, it's interesting. And there was a report of a bear. What do you know anything about that?
So the only thing I saw when I was up at Cool was I did see multiple emergency vehicles screaming down 49 towards the confluence. We heard some rumors. We also heard there was an accident at the confluence at one point, like well after midnight. I drove out of there 2:33 in the morning. There were still emergency vehicles at the scene, fire trucks and police and sheriffs, but I don't know what the actual issue was.
Yeah, all I heard was someone in the public. We don't know if someone in the public said something, or they thought they were scared by a bear or heard something. So I don't know if I heard much about that.
Yeah. I hope to get the full scoop on that at some point. But yeah, it was a little dramatic there at one point. I mean, we had pretty good visibility on 49. And there were police and fire just zooming down there really fast. So hopefully everything worked out well towards the end of the race there as we were closing up. But yeah, it has been quite something. And Mike, you and Jessica have absolutely pulled an incredible set of shifts here. What was it like sending people off yesterday morning? What was the energy like there at the start line for anyone that didn't see that live broadcast?
Definitely pretty cool. I mean, there's 400 and some odd people here, you know, and so you got all these families are here, and it's dark, and it's 5, and you got the 50Kers that are there, and they're ready to go fast, and so everyone's starting together, which is challenging for the 100-milers because you have to really, another reason to not go fast. You see all these people that are, you know, but it was just great energy, and we talked to the mayor of Folsom again, and we talked to the VP of tourism, kind of got the lowdown of what's going on in Folsom again. We talked to them just a little bit ago, and just everyone went off. It was so great, you know, very nice. Then we had some breaks, you know. We came back in the early afternoon and started setting up around 6 o'clock and p.m. and started kind of, you know, getting ready for the all-nighter. So, and we talked more than we thought we would, for sure, you know.
I mean, your voice is still holding up really well, I think. So lots of water, probably coffee, probably going to rest the voice, the vocal cords a little bit today. I don't know what I'm going to do. I sort of had this weird idea like, hey, maybe I'll go out for a run after this, but I don't know. Maybe I'll do some cross training, or maybe I'll just go back and sleep. I'm assuming you're going to just chill out the rest of the day.
Yeah, go back home and unload. And I mean, I did Javelina 100 last weekend, so I don't need to do anything. But maybe I'll go. It's supposed to rain too, so we'll see. You know, maybe I'll go for a bike ride or something simple. You know, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're in full-on recovery mode at this point. I mean, like you said, you've done 300s this year, right? And cumulatively, do you find with hundreds that, you know, each one requires a certain amount of recovery and they have different difficulties and all that, but then cumulatively over the year, like, can you tell, like, I've done 3 solid, even though you may have recovered from each one individually?
Radio man.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice. All right. How does it feel right now, like, with that cumulative work being done?
Well, I think that I found it as I've done more and more years, my body can handle things better. So after San Diego this year, I could run the next day, was fine, you know, and after each of these races, I was able to run. You know, you feel a little bit of fatigue, your heart rate will be a lot elevated, so you can't really train. You can't go out and do intervals, but you can run, you can jog and do, you know, 20-mile a day. So yeah, I think the more you do, the more your body can adapt to the stress. And of course, I don't think I could have done 3 hard rocks, but 3 other variable races. You know, I think it's your body just gets better at it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely true. I mean, as we've talked about too, you know, no matter what the level, the distance, whatever your goals are, I mean, as you do these things and you just get out and you start moving around in nature and hopefully experiencing some of the beautiful trails we have here in Folsom all the way up to Auburn and beyond, you just, I don't know, personally, I fall in love with being outside and just getting that release, that mental release out there, and naturally you're going to just start getting better and better at it, and the next thing you know, you may decide, like, I want to bump it up to a 50K at some point. And you know, a lot of people start with that after they've done some shorter things, and who knows, maybe they become a 50K specialist, or maybe they continue on and they do 250s or some point, and who knows what the next distance. I think the next thing is the stage race.
Yeah.
Tell me about what you're thinking about those things.
I don't know. It's been on my mind. I think you should let yourself evolve into different sports, whether it's rowing or riding a bike or mountain biking or running or stage races. You should. I think as long as you're active and you're pursuing something that sounds fun, I think it's a good idea. So I've done different lengths of distances, and I'm like, a stage race. I had a friend that did the Trans Rockies a couple years ago, and I'm like, that seems pretty cool. It was you run like 25 to 40 miles a day, sleep in a tent with a bunch of strangers, do it again for 3 days. I mean, 3 days sounded pretty cool, so I've been looking around, but there's as much as like 8-day stage races and 5 days. And so I'd like to do like 5 days and not 8 days. But you know, I mean, I'm looking around at just things like that to try to find something that sounds like my next adventure. I think, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I think these are just a real exciting way to do it. I mean, if you're not really like a fan of going through the night and stumbling around in the dark and just being like out there for 34, 36 hours, something like that, those stage races, they give you that nice little like, I can do this during the daylight hours, get back, fuel up, hang out, chat with people, go to sleep, maybe get some time off my feet, and then let's go out and try it again, you know, almost like a supported trail run, something like that. But the other thing I wanted to mention too is, you know, racing is one thing, but all these trails are out here for anybody at any time. You don't have to be a competitive racer. You can just come out and set whatever goal you want. You may have a goal to, you know, just go out and, you know, run around Folsom Lake or Lake Natoma or whatever. It just, I think for me personally, the goal is to just do something, you know, keep you active, and hopefully it just helps us with our longevity as we age. I hope this is a healthy pursuit.
Yeah, this is probably beyond healthy. Is probably 30 minutes of heart rate elevation 3 times a week.
Yeah,
that's healthy. But beyond that, actually, and I've been doing some research on endurance athletes and stress and heart disease. So stress is one of the handful of things that contributes to heart disease. And endurance athletes typically have I read about these. There were a study about these endurance bicycle riders, and they had a higher calcium cardiac score than most people than non-endurance athletes, because that stress plays a role in that. To like, so, you know, this is probably not healthy.
I think the key is whenever you get, and I mean, we've heard this so many times in lots of venues, like if you're getting into a new sport, a new training program or athletic pursuit, talk to your doctor. Like if this is a brand new thing for you, talk to a doctor, talk to some other people that are medical professionals, get some baseline tests maybe, you know.
Unless you want to do it.
Well, yeah.
Then just do it.
Then just do it. Yeah, I
Because
mean,
the
there's.
doctors are not gonna,
Well, yeah.
Most doctors are going to discourage this.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they may look at this and say, all right, that's a little extreme. Maybe the best thing would be to just get at least some baseline objective tests. You know, maybe you just get some blood tests, some things like that. Make sure you're, you know, at a place where this is not going to be a problem, and then go from there. But start slow. I mean, I think for me anyway, like I think I got into this a little too hot first couple years. You're very excited. You want to do it all. Take it a little slower.
Yeah, for sure. I think we all get into it. And it's so fun. It's so, you know, you get the adrenaline. Now, you and I have done a lot of runs where you've talked about you were telling me one story. We were running, maybe it's here at T. I remember going down this trail, and you were telling me about when you were young, you and your buddy would run without shirts and like on the woods, and they were telling me some story about that when you're like, I don't remember where we were running, but it was some story about that. Yeah.
That was my first trail run ever. Yeah, so like let's go back to the start. I mean, it was in upstate New York. I was in college, and we were going out to do a rock climb, and we were on the rock climbers trail, and all of a sudden we were just like running with no supplies, nowhere. We just had our rock climbing gear, and it was hot days, so we peeled our shirts off, and yeah, it was just this feeling of just kind of like utter freedom, you know. And I guess that's the point of that story for me. Is it's my origin story for trail running. I love the sport. It just feels freeing. You just get this. One of the people we were talking to, an out-of-body experience, you know. And what have been some of the kind of mental impact you've had or on you in this whole journey of yours?
Real quick. I think there is, I think for me, I think everybody has a different mental game or challenge. I've been fortunate. You're born the way you are. You're wired the way you are. You don't read a book or listen to a CD and become more resilient or less resilient, more emotional, less emotional. We are who we are. So our jobs are to take who we are and learn to do this sport and become a better who you are. So I've been lucky that I don't have a lot of emotional challenges. That also means that I'm not great in relationship, but on ultra it works pretty well. So pros and cons. So I don't have a lot of. I do get low, and I've cried at ultras before, but fortunately I don't have the struggle that some people you can have. It's just, everybody is different. It's not good or bad. You have what you have, and you are what you are, and our job is to move through the planet in our life and become a better who you are.
Absolutely well said. And a lot of people find this sport to be very transformative. It can bring a lot out and really teach you who you are and how much you can give. And I think that's what we love about it. So thanks a lot, Mike. As always, a pleasure. You and Jessica, as I said, have just put down an amazing effort here over the last 30 hours plus. This is Greg Larkin, co-host of the Mile 99 interview. We're going to sign off now, and we hope to see all of you at the Auburn Placer High Auditorium in about a month, and I'm sure there's going to be many other opportunities at races that we're going to see everybody at. I hope you've enjoyed the live stream, and any final thoughts?
Well, I do think we have the one camera on the finish line waiting for the last runner to come through. We're signing off this part, but we're still going to keep recording that, monitoring the last runner. So we have some great shows coming up on the podcast, some great fall stuff, some great, we always have some kind of fun, interesting resolution kind of idea, so we're doing that. We are going to have a Maria on with Jungle Jim on pretty soon, so that'll be a fun show.
Yeah.
So some cool stuff, so stay tuned for that. And that's all I got for now. So thank you, and we will see you on the trails. Goodbye. Station like a little box and all that.
Well, to be honest with you, the most expensive thing was the battery.
Really?
Yeah.
It was like a.
But you can get. I don't know. I bought this battery box thing, and I eventually.
Jackery, but is it a bigger
Oh
thing?
yeah, no, that's all you need.
Yeah.
That and I got like a knockoff radio for like $200. Yeah, we're clear here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So.
And then I think I got like a larger antenna that was like.
Did you do like a sign out?
Yeah,
we signed out. We said we're going to keep the camera on the finish line. We are officially done with the live stream. Our